not do that correctly. Okay. I wonder, there needs to be like a... Oh. I don't know. How do I make it like, dude, basketball? Dude, this is the Charlotte theme. Oh, are they basketball teams? I wouldn't know. I don't watch any sports or anything. So I'm assuming these are the colors of basketball teams. Yeah, they must be, because this is the Carolina hockey team. And I know our hockey team, the Carolina. Oh shit. Fucking Hurricanes. The Canes. All the hockey teams are the same color though. They're all just red and white. Anyway, we have that. That's new and exciting. This is the jazz theme. This is the hip hop rap theme. Where's the Midwest emo theme? Oh, lo-fi theme. Lo-fi theme is not lo-fi, bro. This is bright as shit, bro. How do I make it like shift colors? Random? No. Move. Oh. If I do that, how do I make it? Is it still moving? It's not moving at all now. The Oh, there we go. Okay. That's like, it's kind of fast. Oh wait, it's just shifting the thing from one, because I have one light over there and one behind me. It's just shifting back and forth. Hold on, I don't want that. How do I make it like... This is spooky. Oh, morph probably is what I want. Something like that looks good, right? I think that looks good. Looks decent at least. Too zoomed out though, but I need to... I could raise it up a little, I guess. I feel like I just need to do that though. Oh, come on. Come on. Bruh. It's still freaking chopping my head off when I sit up straight. And it's also not centered. Let's do that. Okay. Still not really centered. There we go. Professional streamer. Not that one. This one. There we go. Oh, see that looks nice. Okay. I want to do. I need to get back into this way. Dude, I haven't edited anything in 2 weeks, dude. In two freaking weeks. Which means later I might react to some stuff just so I can edit it. Because I don't have a ton to edit. From the 2 weeks I haven't edited anything. I should have, but I didn't stream that much. When I did, it was just a debate tournament stuff, and that doesn't really make a good YouTube VOD because it's going over a bunch of different stuff. It just doesn't really work super well. It doesn't work unless you have an established audience. But my YouTube audience is not big enough to watch that. Okay. There were some new. Oh shit! I forgot it's there. New marching orders from my dad, D-Man himself. So I want to read some of all the fake elector stuff. I know the broad strokes. I don't know everything, so we're gonna learn everything. What are you doing on stream today? I just said, bro. I think I want to read a lot of the fake elector stuff. Yeah. And then eventually I'll start reacting to stuff so I can make fucking YouTube videos, which I haven't done. Haven't done in forever. We'll probably read this first because it's shorter, and also, yeah, like a timeline. Okay, 368. Fake elector story seems boring. Boring. Not really. It says 367. Compared to the other stuff we read, I don't think it's that boring. Maybe we'll read the indictments at some point too, but the indictment for all this stuff, the Georgia Rico case and the Jack Smith one. I just want to see how long this is. Oh my god. Oh, it's not that long. 365 to 385. We can do that. I thought it was going to be way longer than that. Because the report itself is fucking 800 pages long. Oh, some of that's notes. Okay. Is there anything else, any other chapter I should read from this? Where's the fucking table of contents? You read newly made public files in Epstein case that Trump has mentioned? No, I don't care. And people are not going to ever care about that stuff. There's no Trump supporter that ever be like, did you know he hung out with Epstein? They would care. It doesn't even, I don't know, dude. It's he was already convicted civilly of the sexual assault stuff, right? And he already said the grab by the pussy stuff. It's oh, table of contents on page 20. A big lie, and then it goes to the fake elector scheme. Fuck. Maybe we should read some of this too. But who starts your legal theory? It's so funny. Dude, there was one fucking memo I wanted that apparently is not public yet. ABC reported on it. It was a memo from Mark Meadows to one of Mike Pence's aides. You got AC? You get air conditioning? Yeah. But it's not public. But the reason why this is interesting is a lot of people are like, oh, fucking, well, if Trump did his fucking fake elector shit, well, he's just gone to the courts and fucking court orders are down or whatever, because Mike Pence can't certified votes. But a lot of it wasn't even conditioned on Mike Pence certifying the votes, because there are multiple other scenarios that are going to happen. Like, this is what I would like say is like the most plausible one. All he had to do was delay the certification, because there's a fucking mob outside trying to hang him. And yeah, as long as he was able to delay the certification until January 15th, it would have just gone to the House delegation, and the House delegation would have supposedly declared Trump the winner. Yeah. And then, I don't know what else. There are other, I mean, we'll learn about them because we're going to read about it. There are there are multiple different ways that the fake electors could have either been certified or it would have been thrown to the House. And the House would have just sort of elected Trump, in theory at least. Okay. This is the timeline by Just Security. Don't trust anything they say, though, because they are pro-Palestine, so that means they lie about everything. A comprehensive timeline on the false elector scheme in the 2020 presidential election. Anyway, oh, wait. Let me just put this in here. I want this fucking memo, dude. I'm gonna fucking write the author. Because we have the Eastman memos. I don't know why we don't have this fucking memo, dude. I think you should watch a documentary by British filmmaker Roger Dutton on Jan 6. Or Roger Dern. Oh, no. Sorry. I can't fucking read. What the Roger Stone tapes reveal about Jan 6. What about his suitcase inside his suit? Before leaving the city in a private jet, he told the aide he feared prosecution by the incoming attorney general. He is not a friend. What is it about? Like what? Like, I don't know how relevant some of it's going to be to some of this stuff. Maybe I should, though. I assume YouTube would copy strike me for watching the full thing, but. Well, also, what's the name of it? Yeah, if it's on Netflix, dude, YouTube will fucking. Strike me. Okay. Come on. Windows. I know, dude. I wish I could. Oh, I can't. Phenomenal. Okay. Okay. A part of former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election involved an effort to misuse the Electoral College in 7 battleground states. Not this, not what? On December 14, 2020, legitimate members of the Electoral College met across the country to sign certificates declaring which presidential candidate won their state. That day, in several states Biden had won, Republicans met to sign certificates declaring that they were the duly elected and qualified members of the Electoral College and falsely declaring Trump the winner of the state. They sent their documents to the National Archives. A different documentary. Oh. What's up, Localist Party? On 14th. Do I call them members of the... Yeah, members of the Electoral College. Battleground states certify Biden as the legitimate winner of the, or really it's about the certificates. Declaring that the which presidential candidate won the race. Strategy isn't to fake electors. It was to not read electors for contested states. Nobody gets to somebody goes to the House. I'm aware. Yeah, that's a Democrat conspiracy theory. Well, I talked about this earlier before you came in. There are multiple different ways that it could have played out. One of them is that Mike Pence just certified the fake electors, and then potentially, depending on it would probably go to the Supreme Court at that point. Or I think the first Eastman memo wanted the sixth step in it is that he said the court case would be dismissed for some reason. Certifying fake electors was never on the table, in my opinion. Well, I think it's what some people wanted. There are multiple different things that could have happened. All they really had to do was, get it to the House. The main thing here is that Pence should do this without asking for permission, either avoiding the joint session or in front of court. Let the other side challenge this action in court or by tribe, concede that the president and Senate might be in charge of counting the votes, and others who would press a lawsuit would have their past position. That is, these are non-judicable political questions. Throw them back at them, get the lawsuit dismissed. Fact is that the Constitution assigns the power to the Vice President as the ultimate arbitrator. We should take all of our actions with that in mind. But I'm pretty sure, I'm not going to say maybe it wasn't seriously considered, but Pence card. Certification proceeding presidential proceeding the vice president had the absolute right to reject electoral votes and the ability to overturn the election. Pence had just said he disagreed and that a federal appeals court had just rejected a lawsuit making that claim the previous day. Okay. But I'm pretty sure at least one of the Eastman memos, I'm pretty sure it's this one, suggested that the vice president could just say, fuck you, throw out the vote. Or certify to fake electors, really. But at least we'll go over it. We'll read it. Okay. They can throw out the vote? What do you mean they can throw out the vote? Depends on what legal theory you believe. If you believe Eastman's fucking hack legal theory. Or as they used to until they banned it. Oh, well look, they banned it. Woohoo. Okay, that day in several states, the Biden had won. Republicans met to sign certificates declaring that they were the duly and elected and qualified members of the Electoral College and falsely declaring themselves the winner of this state. Oh, it's just all that. Okay. They could use a to certify the state of electors until 2021. Based on what? Wasn't a whole controversy under the Electoral Votes Act or whatever? Can you link something for that? I'm pretty sure. I don't know if that's true or not. But. Bearing Electoral Count Act might be what banned it. Yeah, I wasn't. I think it probably mentioned it in the Eastman memo. Oh, yeah. But the Eastman's theory is that the Electoral Count Act is unconstitutional. The Electoral Count Act, which is likely unconstitutional, provides if more than one return of paper reporting from a state shall have been... Oh, wait, but these are legitimate electors, not false electors. I don't think you probably can't certify false electors, right? These votes in these only shall be counted, shall have been regularly given by the electors who are shown by determination mentioned in Section 5 is titled to have been appointed. Yeah, see, they have to be. It has to be legitimate electors. If the determination in said section provided for shall have been in said section provided for shall have been made, or by such successors or substitutes. In case of vacancy in the board of electors ascertained, as have been appointed to fill such vacancies in the mode provided by the laws of the state, but in case there shall arise the question of which two or more of such state authorities determining what electors have been appointed, as mentioned in Section 5 of this title, it is the lawful tribunal of such state, the voters regularly given of those electors, and those only of such state shall be counted, whose title as electors, the two houses acting separately shall concurrently decide is supported by the decision of such state so authorized by its law. This legal theory has existed forever. I don't know why people are calling it John Eastman legal theory as if he made it up. Well, he didn't make it up, but he was the one. He was the one telling Trump that this legal theory was was good when every other lawyer was telling him it wasn't, right? Van Jones from CNN literally made a video explaining legal theory months before the election. I'm aware. Okay, fuck. I have to read, dude. I'm not even convinced anything. No offense. I don't trust you on this stuff. I trust other people way more. But okay. Won their election. Same day. I have this science for several. Sorry, same day. I guess I'll link to this. Vector sign. Fraudulent. Elector certificates. Falsely declaring that Trump had won their states. They sent them to National Archives. Here, we'll do this because I have to mention the National Archives. In a run-up to Jan 6, these false certificates were used in an effort to claim that Vice President Mike Pence could decide either not to recognize any of these electors, disputed states, or delay the certification of the election. Oh, thanks, Reagan. Okay, whatever. False elector certificates were used in an effort to either in an effort to claim Mike Pence Could either decide not to recognize any electors from the disputed states or delay the certification long enough for the election to be BRB. Okay, decided. By the House delegation. These actions in the alleged conspiracy that gave rise to them have been the subject of multiple criminal indictments. The scheme is included among the conduct charged in a federal indictment against former President Trump by the Department of Justice's Office of Special Counsel. False electors in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, and Nevada also face criminal charges. In Wisconsin, false electors and two attorneys who aided and abetted them settled civil litigation arising from their actions, and a criminal investigation in Wisconsin is reportedly ongoing. What follows is a timeline that provides the most comprehensive factual record to date, showing the points of contact between Donald Trump and his close associates and the false slate of electors scheme. This includes documents recently disclosed as a result of the settlement of whatever that is, the civil case brought against the false Wisconsin electors and the attorneys who abetted them. Just Security has published a backgrounder on the alternate slate of electors scheme, as well as a legal analysis of activities by a leading election law scholar. An analytical examination authored by the attorneys at the Institute for the Constitutional Advocacy Protection, who litigated the Pennebaker case, something, is also available. Fine. Hold on, wait, which one is this? Is which? Backgrounder and legal analysis. Is this the historical perspective? Fuck, maybe we should read this first. Oh no, Trump challenged Biden's electoral rigor, which generated that basic point should make all the difference. Okay. Well, should be able to read the timeline first. Okay. Few findings that are contained in the timeline below. The Trump team planned, directed, and coordinated false alternate slate of electors scheme. The false alternate slate of electors was a critical part of the Trump-John Eastman conspiracy, according to a federal district court opinion issued in June. The false alternate slate of electors was a central part of the Trump-Jeffrey Clark scheme to use the Justice Department to try to overturn the election. The Trump team publicly suggested that these alternate slates were to preserve an option if courts vindicated Trump's legal challenges. Trump and his alleged co-conspirators privately pursued the false elector scheme in an effort to get VP Pence to overturn the election, even if court challenges failed and have been exhausted. State legislators rebuffed the Trump effort, and the electors came with no certification. All right, timeline. November 4th, 2020. Former Secretary of Energy in the Trump administration, Rick Perry, texted White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows proposing an aggressive strategy to have state legislators ignore the will of their voters and deliver their state's electors to Trump. Here's an aggressive strategy. Why can't the states of Georgia, North Carolina, Penn, and other controlled states, Pennsylvania, Declare this is BS, where conflicts in elections not called that night, and just send their own electors to vote, and it will have to go to the SCOTUS. November 5th, 2020, Donald Trump texts Meadows proposing that the Republican-controlled state assemblies step in and put forward a separate slates of Trump electors. Republicans control Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina. We get Trump electors. Trump Jr. adds, we have multiple parties. We control all of them. Or sorry. There's a link to the text. It's like comically evil, but okay. Quick fairy test. Text Mark Meadows proposing an aggressive strategy. Republican states some of their own electors to vote for Trump. November 5th, 2020. Donald Trump texts Meadows proposing the Republican-controlled state step in and put forth a separate slate of Trump electors. Trump texts Meadows. Republican state assemblies. Their own separate slates of Trump electors. I think these lights are making my room hotter. It's fine. It's fine. November 6, 2020, Representative Andy Biggs texts Mark Meadows about efforts to encourage Republican legislators in certain states to send alternate slates of electors, which Briggs acknowledges would be highly controversial. He asks Meadows, is there anybody on the team resolving and considering lobbying for that? Meadows replies, I love it. Encouraging. Oh my god, oopsie daisy. Republican legislators. There's an alternate slates of electors. Meadows replies, I love it. November 7th, 2020, in an email that Meadows produced for the Select Committee, a message discusses the appointment of alternate slates of electors of a direct and collateral tact after the election. Letter from Benny Thomas to Mark Meadows' attorney. Despite your very broad claims of privilege, Mr. Meadows has also produced documents that you apparently agree are relevant and not protected by any privileges at all. Those documents include November 17th. Okay, this is just from his freedom of information request. This does not actually give me the email. I thought it was going to be the actual email, but okay, whatever. Meadows emails. Who is it to? Discusses the appointment of alternate states electors. Out of a direct collateral attack after the election. November 7, 2020, using a burner social media account that has since been identified by state investigators, Kenneth Cheesebro is posting about how Trump could use alternate electors without judicial intervention, saying, quote, you don't get the big picture. Trump doesn't have to get courts to declare him the winner of the vote. He just needs to convince Republican legislators that the election was systemically rigged, but it's impossible to run again, so they should appoint the electors instead. I don't know. Who is this person? American attorney. Former Trump co-defendant. Architect of Trump fake electors plot. Oh, man. Wow. Okay, cool. Post on a burner. Account. Social media. About how Trump could utilize alternate electors. November 8, 2020, the day after the election was called for Biden, Cheesebro emails James Trupis, a prominent Republican lawyer in Wisconsin and top attorney for the Trump campaign in the state. Cheesebro says that he would be happy to volunteer for the Trump legal team if that would be helpful, and says that if very systemic abuses can be proven, he didn't see why electoral votes certified by Governor Evers should be counted over an alternate slate of electors sent in by the legislator. Chesbro then says, at minimum, with such a cloud of confusion, no votes from Wisconsin and perhaps Michigan and Pennsylvania should be counted, perhaps enough to throw the election to the House. Around the next day, troopers in Chesbro to help out with Trump's campaign post-election work. Asked to help out. Okay. After the election was called for Biden. Several emailed. Does this go to the email or a CNN article? There we go. Are things going? Good right now. We just kind of started, but yeah. What's been up with... Oh shit, upsy daisy. Hold on. God damn it. Hello. There we go. Offering to volunteer. How do I spell volunteer? VOLUNTEA. Yeah, okay, there we go. What a Trump legal team. Scribe said if. Could be proven. Didn't see why electoral votes. Yeah, whatever. Have you seen Biden has started using whatever Trump makes him look orange now? Now there are 2 orange men. I've heard about it. I haven't actually seen him look that orange, but yeah, I've heard. So he looks big and strong, just like Daddy Trump does. Okay. In Pennsylvania, Rudy Giuliani, this November 9th, drafted a meaningful petition of a lawsuit filed challenging the state's election result in order to reinsert allegations about widespread election fraud that were important to his national. I'll take Biden and Trump should drop out. I mean, when it comes to, well, Trump should definitely drop out, but I don't know if the Democrats really have any better chance of winning if Biden drops out. I'm not convinced that they really stand that much higher chance of winning, at least. I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent to that, but okay. Allegations about widespread election fraud that were important to his national litigation strategy. This was Giuliani's unofficial entrance to litigation that asserts the DC Bar Association that the DC Bar Association, said he based only on speculation, mistrust, and suspicion, which ultimately resulted in disciplinary action against him. The Bar Association assesses the claim for frivolous to the point that a reasonable attorney could have concluded that there was not even a faint hope of success. Okay, awesome, dude. Okay. Drafted lawsuits alleging voter fraud in a number of states. Who is this guy? I'll understand. I'm sure it's a very strong opinion on whether Dem should. Dude, why won't Twitch let me fucking copy it, dude? Oh, yeah, I've seen this guy's videos that he's done about the keys to the White House and how he doesn't think Biden should drop out. I've seen his stuff, yeah. I think he's right about that stuff for the most part, but I don't think there are polls that show a generic Democrat would poll slightly better than Biden, but I don't know, we'll see. Well, Biden has COVID, so Kamala might just take over anyway. I think he's too attached to his keys. I mean, his keys have been right. I think he says, what, 9 out of 10 times? So it makes sense. That's what he's known for, I guess. There's obviously some margin of extreme age that would matter that his keys wouldn't take into account, I guess. But, you know. Take it at face value. If you dig deeper, it's shaky. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I might just quote this honestly. I mean, this is America, okay? You have a right to sue whoever you want if you think there's voter fraud. It's just that after you lose, you can't make a bunch of fake electors anyway. Kind of got to give up at that point, dude. TLDR is I don't see a flawed system. I say there's no such thing as a flawless system. Well, I don't. Yeah, obviously there's a flaw if he was wrong one time, especially. But Purpose and cheese, dude. These people. Am I pronouncing this name right? These are dumbass fucking last names, bro. Trupus and Chesbro continue to communicate about the possibility of alternate slates of electors. Chesbro tells Trupus on November 11th. He said the 2000 election was stolen by Al Gore. Real. Wait, stolen by Al Gore? Or stolen by Bush for Al Gore? From. Okay. Tells Trupus on November 11th that he did a memo, which I hope you can get. Which I hope I can get to securely. On November 17th, Trupus Series wrote that he is headed to Washington in the AM to brief the White House. More and more, it looks like a go in Wisconsin. It looks like a go in Wisconsin. Chesbro responds with a long message, which includes that he includes his saying that he had thoughts about how state legislators could make findings that Trump supporters in the Jan 6 joint session could rely on to cast doubt about the validity of electoral votes cast for Biden. That's how he says he has a 10 out of 10. Oh, okay. I mean, Gore won the popular vote, right? Does he have a 10 out of 10 at predicting the popular vote? Or he must not, because Trump didn't win the popular vote, and yeah. I mean, if there's any election that you want to get wrong, it would probably be the 2001, right? Just because that obviously is a little contentious with the fucking Florida hanging Chad. So, yeah. Okay. Continue to talk about the possibility of certifying an alternate perfect 11 a.m. spelling. My sleep schedule is so broken right now. I'm going to fix it a little bit for this stream, hopefully. Dude, I got up at 1 a.m. today, so... Oh, awesome. Oh my god, dude. Like, a night ago, or maybe 2 nights ago, I don't know. The days are confusing because my sleep schedule is so messed up. But, I went to make mac and cheese. I made everything, okay? And then there was no fucking milk. And I just had to use water and a lot of butter. And it was fine. And then today, I went to make coffee. And, for whatever reason, well, first of all, I was expecting there to be creamer, but we didn't have creamer. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll just use milk. And I totally fucking forgot that I'm stupid. And I already knew that we didn't have any milk, because last time we needed milk, we didn't fucking have any. Thing is, when he originally made a keys, he said it was to predict the election winner. He then changed it to the popular vote after he got it wrong in 2000. Then he changed it back after the 2016, where he explicitly stated in his predicting 2016 election book that he was predicting the popular vote. I mean, close enough. I don't know. There's no good system because it's just vibes for most voters. Dude, what the hell? Why is there? Oh, I thought it was a screen recording. Why don't take him super serious? Well, I don't know. I saw 538 Biden chance of winning. I think 538 has Biden at like 51 right now. 53. Let's go. We're gonna get this. Biden 501 compared to Trump 37. It's the only forecaster saying Biden will win. Yeah, I know. But they're the okay. When is the last time The Economist updated their model? The Economist election forecast. Do they? How often do they update theirs? Donald Trump has a 3 in 4 chance. Oh, last updated July 17th. Okay, they update theirs. Uh-oh. After using a new methodology, Nate Silver took his with him when he left. Oh, really? Oh, well. What is Nate Silver saying? God, 82 and 100. God damn it, North Carolinians. Come on, North Carolina. You guys gotta fucking come in clutch here, okay? Okay? We can replace Georgia with North Carolina. Doesn't matter if Georgia goes red. What matters is NC goes blue. Okay? We don't need Georgia. We need NC. Come on. Come on, North Carolinians. I believe in you. I believe in you. They're both 16 EV. Exactly. I'm tired of people treating North Carolina like we're not a swing state. We are, kind of. We went blue in 2008, and we'll go blue again. We'll do it. It'll happen. Trust me. I will bet so much money on NC going blue. In your dreams. It'll happen. Listen. If Michelle Obama ran, we'd probably go blue again. In November 17th, Chesbrough sent troopers a 5-page draft memo entitled "The Red Line for Settling a State's Electoral Votes." In an email transmitting the memo, Chesbrough writes that troopers requested the memo and that the details included may be worthwhile if this is a topic that might be of interest in multiple states. Chesbrough emails the troopers. Oh, wait, that's just quoting it. Okay. In a memo, Chesbrough writes, assuming the electors pledged to Trump and Pence end up meeting in the Wisconsin Capitol on December 14th, 2020 to cast their votes, and then send their votes to the President and the Senate in time to be opened on January 6, 2021, a court decision, perhaps a state legislative determination, rendered after December 14th in favor of the Trump-Pence slate of electors should be considered timely. The memo describes January 6th as the ultimate date of significance and the hard deadline and outlines the need for alternate slates of electors to meet on December 14th and issue a certification for Trump. He writes that a court decision, perhaps you read that, rendered after December 14th in favor of Trump's slate of electors should be considered timely for the county electoral votes on January 6th. Chesbrough describes in detail the Hawaii 1960 case in Kennedy-Nixon, in which Democrats met to issue a declaration during the state's recount, which Kennedy ultimately won. So this is the guy who invented the what about Kennedy's elected? Don't you know? And don't you know the Hawaii alternate electors? Don't you know Trump was just doing the same thing Kennedy did, bro? Don't you know? He invented that meme. He was memeing before the meme even happened, bro. Okay. New York Times reported Chesbrough's memos later formed part of Trump's lawyers' efforts. The memos were initially meant to address Mr. Trump's challenge to the outcome in Wisconsin, but they ultimately became part of a broader conversation by members of Mr. Trump's. Silver currently has Trump at 360. Oh, fuck. It's fine. I trust 538's the only legitimate one. I will only look at information I like. That's the type of streamer you're watching. Biden's only win in Nevada. Damn. But they ultimately became part of a broader conversation by members of Mr. Trump's legal team. As the president looked toward January 6th and began to exert pressure on Mr. Pence to hold up to the certification of the electoral vote count. The language and suggestions in a memo from Mr. Chesbrough to Mr. Troopers closely echo tactics and talking points that were eventually adapted by Mr. Trump's top lawyers. It's just 5 pages, so we could probably read this, but calling it now, 538 would be exactly on come the election day, exactly on come. Oh, sorry, exactly on come election day, or we'll be super far off and there'll be zero in between. Do you think you will ever going to become more radicalist, losing at a minute to current at it? What the hell, bro? Is this just my brain not being able to read? But this is just gibberish. Attachment? You mean attachment? I did it. Attachment. Okay. Ever we're gonna become more radical, losing attachment to current attachments to pro-US hegemony policies. Probably not, because I was pretty lefty for a while. So I read all my socialist books. I went through the socialist phase already. So yeah. I don't know. Okay. You've read Marx, now read your True. I haven't read that much Marx. I've read the Communist Manifesto and I've read Wage, Labor, and Capital. I think those are the two big things by Marx I've read. And then I've read a little bit of Lenin. I've read State and Revolution, Imperialism, the Highest Form of Capitalism. And that's probably it from Lenin, actually. I don't think I ever read anything else from Lenin. I read a lot of Chomsky, though. You can work on developing your own ideological positions while not being communist. What do you mean, can I? That's what I try to do. But, you know, Hope, I feel like, is he the Enlightenment philosopher guy? I guess not. Nope. No, I don't know this guy. Oh, wait, is he the Frankfurt School guy? No, he's Mises Institute think tank. Be radical energy stuff. You know what I am going to read? I'm going to read this book. I want to read 10% Less Democracy. Why do you trust elites a little more and the people a little less? The masses a little less. Take anarcho-capitalism to an even bigger extreme. I feel like, oh, you know what I probably heard him from? What the fuck? I bet it's in here. I bet it's in the debunking Austrian economic stuff. Yeah, there it is. Knew I heard of him. See? Oh, what did he say in mass immigration? I love the open borders. I love the open borders. Unironically. Unironically. Half ironically. Also somehow a monarchist. And listen, a lot of the extreme ideologies don't make much sense. It doesn't really make sense to most people. You know, maybe there's something there, but okay. Outlining the need for alternate slates of electors. I'm a libertarian. I like my Chicago Austrian economics, but hope is just a tad bit insane. Every libertarian is secretly insane, bro. I'd say that's hyperbole, but not a lot of them are. To issue, Certification for Trump. Or is it a court decision, perhaps a state legislative determination? This is linked to just a Wikipedia page. Yeah. Do you know what the speaking of all these libertarians, I have mentioned this on stream before. There's this YouTube short I saw that pissed me the fuck off because I remember this because it's mentioning the fucking Hawaii case meme, which I think like that's like the come back to when you like say the alternate elector schemes. There, I saw a YouTube short where Charlie Kirk was like, don't you know about the, don't you know Kennedy did the same thing. This is how electoral college work. Not true. Those electors were actually certified by the state. Trump's electors were just lying. They were lying. They were doing a funny thing called perjury. There's this stupid ass YouTube short of someone in economics going for Charlie Kirk while he's at a college, and he's like, "How can you say college is a scam? I'm learning economics right now." And he was like, "Do they teach you Thomas Sowell?" And he was like, "No." He was like, "If they're not teaching you Thomas Sowell, you're not getting an economics education." He mentioned other people too. He mentioned Friedman and like other fucking libertarian people. It's just, it was so dumb, especially because, I'll mention it after. It's just so dumb because like those people aren't specifically mentioned, although some of them are. Friedman was mentioned in my economics class, but their ideas are still in the curriculum. Like, these memos were initially meant for Trump. Ultimately informed his top lawyers. November 18th, 2020. Chisbro asked Troopus if he should finalize memo on a real deadline and said, "I think we should be sure national lawyers are aware of these points." Troopus responds, "Yes," on memo. Make appropriate changes knowing that it goes to a wider audience. The November 17th draft memo is then revised as a 7-page memorandum on November 18th. Why are you pro current U.S. foreign policy? I'm not pro everything we do. I don't like. I mean, I would never frame it as pro U.S. I think it's good that we support Israel against their fight against Hamas, and I think we can effectively rein in some of the more extreme things that Israel wants to do, and we don't let them fucking do that shit. I think supporting Ukraine is important. I'm gonna do the Ben Shapiro meme. Are you ready? I'm quoting Ben Shapiro right now. I think Western values are essentially good, and we should defend Western democracies. Why you ignore international law breaking their part? You ignore war crimes. Both do. What war crime do I ignore Israel does? I'm pretty sure I've read articles about Israel committing war crimes before. I would actually. Can you give me an example? What is a woman? I think Hope considers himself a monarchist. He just thinks hereditary monarchy is better than democracy. Okay. Holds no weight in your assessment then. What holds no weight? I mean, I obviously care about war crimes. Who do you think commits more war crimes? Israel, or sorry, not necessarily more. Who do you think is committed to war crimes as an ideological position? Hamas or Israel? The war crimes international law is not awful enough. Russia probably is not ideologically committed to war crimes, but they do seem to commit more war crimes than Russia has. Or sorry, Ukraine has. Seemingly. Okay. Troopus finalizes the memo for national lawyers. For you, homogeny is intersect an Israeli policy enforced by a TS breaking international law in committing war crimes. It's not important. What? Dude, your spelling is so bad. I like. What do you want me to say? Committing war crimes is important to me. That's why I think like things that we can look at, like Biden sanction West Bank. Like when we like do these things, like, oh, this is a good thing that we did. We sanctioned extremists in the West Bank, and then U.S. review for you. Hegemony of Israel is bought important. What do you mean hegemony of Israel? U.S. review of sending weapons to. It was a specific Israeli battalion. Extreme Israeli battalion. I don't know if we ever actually ended up banning these. Yeah, here we go. Planned by the United States to sanction its Netza Yudha battalion. Oh, Jesus. Historically, though, I don't think there was such as a clean binary, as it was pretty common for Western European monarchies to have some. Oh, you're just talking about monarchy in democracy. Some form of public participation. I guess you read this at some point. Probably put it in targeting distinction, but we'll leave it there for now. Okay. God, I didn't. I can't tell. The actual lights themselves don't feel hot, but Israel's a hegemonic supremacist project that cannot exist without breaking international law and committing war crimes. It's an 80 years long genocide you brush off. You ignore these essential characteristics. I'm obviously just disagreeing that that's what's descriptively happening. Like, I don't think Israel is currently committing genocide. I think they do engage in some what are called like annexationist policies in the occupied territories. So the West Bank and the Golan Heights. I mean, they did annex the Golan Heights and East Jerusalem as well, some parts of it at least. Although at least the people in the Arabs in East Jerusalem can at least get citizenship if they want it. Although I understand why they probably don't want it, but also You should look at what Israel does with and without U.S. support. Like the big reason that they did a preemptive strike in '67 was that they didn't have any Western power backing them, and that was their most expansionist war where they captured the most territory. Like it seems like pressure from a Western power that yes supports them can rein them in. Like we like Biden's done a lot of stuff to delay their invasion, to airdrop aid in, to make them provide more aid and to make them allow more aid in, and end their complete siege, right? But there's more stuff too. I don't know. But conservatives get mad at the pier because it fucking broke. Okay, same day, John Eastman emails Trupus asking to speak about extremely important information that would assist Trump's campaign efforts in Wisconsin. Eastman emails Trupus. Oh, I keep reading that. This appears to be Trupus' first contact with Eastman. Eastman then, I'll call him John Eastman. Put it first. Why does it not make you ponder if they are engaging in genocide? Do you not think I have pondered that they are engaging in genocide? I've talked to a lot of pro-Palestine people. I've done a lot of reading on it. You can go watch all of my old research streams. By what words do leaders use? By what U.S. tolerated in public? I don't know exactly by what us tolerated in public. Or do you mean is? I mean, they're definitely words from Israeli Knesset members that are bad. I don't think some of them are genocidal, like people try to make them out to be. Like people often use that human animals quote. Like the person who said that was referring to Hamas, I believe. And also human animals is, I guess, not that uncommon of a phrase in Hebrew. Like there was a case that the counterexample people bring up is somebody who said soldiers from the West Bank would come back as human animals. A lot of the Israeli right did not like that quote because it's anti-Israel, right? You're calling Israeli soldiers human animals, but nobody thought that he was referring to every single Israeli as a human animal. Pro-genocide messages and billboard on TV, on TikTok, by personal accounts of leaders and military leaders. I mean, if you... I don't know you count as pro-genocide. Average soldiers embrace genocidal attitudes. True. If you want to talk about, I think radicalization in Israel is a problem, but it seems like we make an infinite amount of excuses for the radicalized people in Gaza. We say Israel's been attacking them for 20 years, or they'll say 80 years. We obviously they're going to be radical Islamists, but then we never make any excuses for Israeli radicalization. Like, it should be clear that if Hamas is doing things like October 7th, then there's going to be radicalized people in Israel. If Hamas is launching rockets into Israel for 20 years straight, there's going to be radicalized people in Israel. Yeah, I don't know. The IDF is a conscription army. They're fucking 20-year-old people. Which doesn't excuse any of their behavior, but I'm by no means committed to the position that Israel does nothing wrong, but okay. John Eastman then emails Trupus to ask about her asking to speak November 19th to November 2023. November 23rd, 2020. Sorry. Can't read. Okay. Chesbrough asked Trupus to send this memo to others in the Trump campaign and continues to send messages about the possibility of invalidating Wisconsin's electoral votes. Page 17. Okay. For example, I don't know why I'm calling it. November 23rd, Chesbrough tells Trupus that if the courts cannot fix the alleged problems with the vote totals, the legislators should decree that the voters of Wisconsin have failed to make a choice and appoint electors themselves. Page 17. There's no page number anywhere. I guess there is in the top left of these things. Bro, who got the green bubbles? What the fuck? Why not insist on pulling a sample of 100 indefinitely confined voters in each country and then send it? Okay, whatever. What are... Okay. That simply might convince a court of massive fraud. Jam sounds like the Trump challenges are heating up nationally. Maybe forward Reddit's and or others. My memo on Jan 6th being the real deadline. Best to be sure no Trump lawyer spokesperson make. The mistake Klain and Barrows made in 2000, citing an earlier date, was proved fatal. Rudy in his press conference answering question said federal court lawsuits will follow the recount. Maybe make sure he's corrected. And bro is fucking texting him nonstop. Getting, and it's a 3-word response, bro. Islamic states are bad. Hamas is the Islamic movement. Focused on PPG, dog.
Why are you still peeing? Magna!
Hamas is the Islamic movement focused on defending the land. They're focused on killing Jews, brother.
Oh my god.
Brother, they're jihadists. Same as Lebanon with Hezbollah. We have no way to stop Islamist movements if we help those that they fight in national liberation movement. We should prevent Gaza, West Bank from becoming Islamic State, but first we must prevent genocide that radicalizes people from becoming Islamist. I guess mostly agree with your ultimate point there that there is no way to get rid of Islamists in general by just fucking kill them over and over again, which is why I would say the big thing that has to happen is the blockade on Gaza has to come down and Gaza has to be rebuilt. That can only happen if Hamas isn't there. If Hamas isn't allowed to use those construction materials to build fucking tunnels. Which hopefully, and I think it leaked a little bit ago, that Hamas might finally be willing to give up power in the Gaza Strip in exchange for their fucking leaders getting free trips to Turkey, which is fucking hilarious, dude. I mean, it's not surprising at all, but because obviously the leaders of Hamas just want to be fucking free, but or to be safe or whatever. I think it also leaked that Sinwar was super paranoid and moving from tunnel to tunnel day to day. Blah 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 blah. Okay, maybe I didn't save it. I probably didn't save it. Hamas leak. Deal. God damn it. Okay, well. This is rather true, but to send this memo and to others in the Trump campaign, it continues to send messages about the possibility of invalidating Wisconsin electoral. I read this. So it's page 17, but there's nothing here on page 17 about Wisconsin's electoral votes. Oh, well, there's this. To read all the text messages. The road trails. Troopus. To send the memo to more people. Into Trump. Campaign. And continues discussing plans to invalidate Wisconsin's electoral votes. And November 23rd, 2020, Senator Mike Lee texts Meadows. Is this the same thing? John Eastman has some really interesting research to this. The good news is that Eastman is proposing an approach that, unlike what Sidney Powell has proposed, could be examined very quickly. Senator Lee texts again, but to do this, you have to act very soon. Some believe today might be the deadline for some of this in PA. Very small handful of states would have their legislators appoint alternate slates of delegates. There could be a path. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. It's not order of magnitude that differentiates Israel from Hamas as Hezbollah. It's because of the hegemonic supremacist Jesus, you're spelling, dude. Racist project that depends on U.S. Is it not the fact that U.S. aid means access to more ways to kill massive amounts of people in a regime where it is a hegemon? Not really, because when we give them weapons, they kind of have to listen to us as to what to do with those weapons. That's why we're able to delay their initial invasion and also delay their invasion of Rafah until they had a better plan for evacuating civilians from Rafah. Yeah, like when we give them weapons, we do get more leverage over what they do with them. Israel has its own decently advanced, like you're too. Like you keep saying Israel's a hegemon. Okay, if it really is truly a hegemon, then why the fuck does it need our weapons? Then like not giving them weapons won't do much because they can just make their own weapons, which Israel has pretty advanced defense shit. Like, yeah. These lights are really good, by the way. I'm glad I bought them. Look at these. Wow. It's so like my face isn't all purple. My face still looks good. But like the rest of my room could be purple. It's nice and awesome. I spent like $100 on these. I didn't think they were going to be worth it, but they were. So worth it. Okay. Joe Biden said they killed indiscriminately. True. Rare time Joe Biden is wrong. There probably have been certain indiscriminate attacks, but dude, B Rafa, what in I don't know, bro. Okay. War Rafa operation. Okay. Eastman's legal theories. Troopers forwards a memo by Chesbro to Trump campaign attorney Justin Clark and writes, "Here is the memo we discussed about potentially moving the dead drop date back by several weeks and naming electors." Troopers email. The document attached emails entitled "Electors Date of Selection may be January, not December." Troopers tells Clark to contact him or Chesbro with any follow-up questions. Clark responds to Troopers less than an hour later, thanking him for sending along the memo. Later that day, Chesbro texts Troopers, "Jim, unless you think it's a waste of time, I plan to draft a memo in a simple question-answer format, arguing that the Trump campaign nationwide should push back on any idea that it needs to win enough states by December 8th to have 200 electoral 70 to have 270 electoral votes by then, and also states only plausible way to have enough time to win is to say Jan 6th is the deadline, which is legit if the Trump electors cast their votes on December 14th, which they don't need. Oh, thanks for following, Mato Palma. Which they don't need court or legislative authorization to do. Appreciate it, man. Thanks. Oh, also, real quick, I did add new channel point stuff, which are awesome, by the way. Hold on, give me a second. I have to find it. Where is it? Where's Kamala? Wait, where's Kamala? I added Kamala. Where is she? Oh, there's this. And then there is unburdened by what it's been. Oh, I have to actually click redeem. Oops.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
I didn't edit it, but
unburdened by what has been.
What can be
unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened.
Kind of sad. Listen, I unironically think that quote kind of goes hard. So, kind of unfortunate it just became a meme. But it is funny. The way she speaks is funny. Everything Kamala does is just funny. It's not like, yeah, it's just funny. What do you think of multiple mass casualties and mass graves where you mean IDF operated? You mean the mass graves that were dug before they even operated there? Geo confirmed. Is it this? Not good enough to show intent. Oh, not this. Geo confirmed. Mass. Lower intended to demonstrate the site was not a new mass grave for 180 individuals recently killed by the AF. As has been insinuated, we underestimated how our initial data was subsequently used, would not provide sufficient context, and now we aim to rectify that. The fact that Palestinians had to bury their loved ones within the hospital complex in any available space is a direct consequence of the surrounding occupation of the hospital by IDF forces. Wild, yeah, but it wasn't like recent attack and con units. Mass casualty events. Like, I don't. Here's an interesting question. Why do you think the civilian casualties are so high? Could it have anything to do with the fact that Hamas doesn't build military infrastructure and it co-locates with civilians? Could it have anything to do with that? Like an airstrike killed 9. Like there's been a lot of strikes like these. Airstrikes that kill like 90 to 100 people or whatever, or even more than that. There's been some that killed like 200. But like I don't like. What are you trying to say about them? You'd have to prove that Israel is acting with dolus directus to kill the civilian targets, which you doesn't seem to be able to do. Most of those strikes also kill Hamas members. Al-Aqsa Camp safe zone stuck there. No, there is no safe zone in Gaza. Do you know why there's no safe zone in Gaza? Because Hamas won't let one to be built. Because a safe zone requires 2 people to set up. You can't have just a unilaterally declared safe zone because Hamas will just operate out of that safe zone. Hamas won't agree to a safe zone. If Hamas would just agree to set up a safe zone, there would be a safe zone in Gaza. Hamas is what's stopping a safe zone from being created. The, I don't know how to pronounce it, Al-Mawa, it's the humanitarian zone, is the safer zone, but it's not a safe zone because Hamas still operates out of it. Well, all this sounds convenient. True. I don't, like, what do you want me to say? Like, most of the strikes that people get mad about kill Hamas people. Like, I remember when everyone was upset about that strike in Rafah, that strike killed 2 senior Hamas leaders. The one that started the big fire, because of the fire, a lot of people died. Like, they just don't prove what you think they're proving. You could maybe argue proportionality for some of them, but proportionality is a different crime than failure and distinction. And in fact, they preclude each other. Any failure in proportionality precludes a failure in distinction. They wanted to kill Hamas military leader and died mass amount and no Hamas leader died. You know, maybe if you can write that in English, I can argue against it. They want to kill Hamas military leader and died massive amount and no Hamas leader died. Okay. Using the waste time. Plan to draft a memo in simple question and answer format, arguing that the Trump campaign nationwide should push back against any idea that it needs to win enough states by December 8th to have 270 electoral votes by then. The possible way to have enough is to win. This is a January 6th deadline, which is legit. The Trump electorate has all the presidents on 14th. Okay. Massive amounts of civilians died, but a Hamas military leader was not hit. What? Okay, provide the strike. Like, again, you'd have to prove that they intent there, which you don't seem to be able to do for a lot of these. Like, there can be strikes against military targets that don't necessarily include military people. Like, there can be strikes against infrastructure that Hamas is using. This is recently. Okay, can you just tell me the name of it? You'd have to be able to prove they're literally acting with the purpose of targeting civilians, which, like, other practices seem to preclude, like the fact that they warn civilians and have the phone bank to warn civilians and draw leaflets and do the phone calls and voicemails and provide and do daily pauses in fighting. Okay, fuck, I need to read this. Okay. Just wait. Who? Justin Clark. Or it's a different memo. Hey, Memo to Justin Clark. About potentially moving to drop dead date backed by several weeks and naming electors. These documents should be reviewed to make sure they conform to state and federal law. They did not do that. Okay. Brazil Clark to contact him. Any follow-up question? Oh, shoot. End of November and the first week of December, Eastman sent memos to a high-level White House staff explaining that the January 6th plan required legislators to determine the manner of choosing electors, even to the point of adopting a slate of electors themselves. According to a June 2020 opinion, see Eastman sent a page memo entitled Constitutional Authority State Legislators. This third memo was not received the same afternoon. Okay. End of November. Beginning of December. Eastman sent memos to White House staff arguing or explaining that the Jan 6 plan required legislators to determine the manner of choosing electors, even to the point of adopting a slate of electors themselves. Oh, wait, is this fucking... dude, I love when the PDFs... There were pages on? Why can't I highlight this? Bruh. Fuck, where is it? Okay. I can't fucking control F, so... Okay, what is this? Is this an opinion from... Oh, it's from... Okay. December 6, 2020. Jesper and Truba sent another memo entitled Important that all Trump-Pence electoral votes on December 14th. Testro's memo advises the Trump campaign to seriously consider a bold, controversial strategy wherein Trump-Pence electors would meet in 6 contested states, including Wisconsin, that would guarantee that public attention would be riveted on evidence of electoral abuses by the Democrats, and would also buy the Trump campaign more time to win litigation that could deprive Biden of electoral votes. Regardless of whether the Trump campaign had managed to obtain favorable court decisions by December 14th meeting date. The memo further states that this strategy requires that there must be, pending on January 6th in each of the 6 states, at least one lawsuit in either federal, state, or court, which might plausibly, if allowed to proceed to completion, lead to either Trump winning the state or at least Biden being denied the state. Finally, on December 6th, the memo states that Vice President Pence, under these conditions, could take the position that his constitutional power and duty alone as the President and the Senate to both open and count the votes. Chesbrough adds, I'm not necessarily advising this course of action. December 6, 2020. Wild. Okay. Advises Trump campaign to consider Trump-Pence electors to meet in 6 contested states. Guarantee of public attention would be rooted. Okay, and guarantee public attention would be riveted on evidence of electoral abuse by the Democrats. Would also buy the Trump campaign team more time to win litigation that would deprive Biden of electoral votes. Memo also states that the strategy requires that there must be a lawsuit pending in each state, which may plausibly lead to Biden being denied the votes. Ours are Trump. Finally, the memo states that VP Pence could take the position that it is his constitutional power and duty alone as President of the Senate to both open and count the votes. December 6, 2020, Meadows, using his Gmail account, emails Jason Miller, a senior aide on the Trump campaign. The email includes a Chesbrough memo. Meadows tells Miller, we must have some coordination. We must have someone coordinating the electors for states. Meadows emails Jason Miller. The just remember or A and adds that just have to have some coordinate the electors for the states. What's up, Salty? December 7th. Oh, wait, Jesus, we have 13 Rumble viewers right now? What's this copying, pasting talking points? These aren't talking points, this is a timeline. So I copied the date. John Eastman forwards Chesbro's 7-page memo, apparently for President Trump, in a June 2022 order. Judge Carter wrote, the previously disclosed documents indicate that Dr. Eastman, President Trump, planned to disrupt the joint session, was fully formed and actionable as early as December 7, 2020. On that day, Dr. Eastman forwarded a memo explaining why January 6th was the hard deadline that was critical to the result of the election for the Trump campaign. In his cover note, Eastman writes, here's the memo we discuss. His cover letter? Aw, they're all fucking PDFs that I can't control F in, which just sucks as poopy. Okay. Eastman forwards. Just bros. Final 7-page memo. Apparently for President Trump, doesn't even apparently. December 7, 2020, Chesbro again urges troopers to pass his latest memo along to the Trump campaign, writing, I feel this memo on why it's important that all electoral votes in all 6 contested states on December 14th should get to Justin Clark and others involved with this national strategy ASAP. We're only 7 days away now. Chesbro, once again, urges to troopers. The memo must get to Trump. Use what the hell is that? You can control F PDFs in the browser. Well, I can control F regular PDFs, but like these are like. Okay, I guess I'm lying. Earlier, oh, see how like this text I can actually highlight, and if I want to, I can control F and it'll say case. But the rest of the stuff is like, I think it's because these aren't the original PDFs. See how this like, see this is justsecurity.org. I think they like took the PDF and took images of it and overlaid their own text on it. So it's not, I can go find like the original PDFs and I'll be able to control F it. It's just annoying that they did that. Okay. So they can have their electors vote in all 6 successive states on December 13th. Troopus does as she's asked. He responds to Cheesebro later and says that he had bypassed Clark and AM tryouts. Dude, the Clark, these people like keep misspelling everything, bro. To get it circulated at the White House. Troopus also confirms more intelligibly via text messages and says, I've sent it to the White House this afternoon. The real decision makers. Yeah, he adds, I also give it to that guy. I don't know who it is. So he might talk with the president. Troopus also emails Trump campaign advisors Boris, I don't know how to pronounce his name, and writes, here are 2 memos that I have prepared. Prepared for me appointing a second slate of electors in Wisconsin. The second slate Joe shows up at noon on Monday and votes and then transmits the results. It is up to Pence on Jan 6 to open them. What are we up to? We're just reading some stuff on the timeline of the false elector scheme right now. Not much. Sometimes I take a break to yell at chat. Well, when Hassan's new bookshelf was here, but I think he probably left. He further writes that our strategy, which we believe is replicable in all 6 successive states, is for electors to meet and vote. He further explained the scheme would help ensure that the election remains in doubt until January. He again offered chess services if... How do I pronounce this? If Pishstein wanted to take this strategy further. More PDFs that... Oh, wait, it's the CNN PDFs. I can read these. Wait, this isn't CNN. I thought I was seeing them. It's also emails. Campaign advisor. Boris, whoever. New memos regarding the regarding appointing a second slate of electors from Wisconsin that he says is reputable in all 6 tested states. Okay, December 8th, Senator Mike Lee. Text with Meadows. If a very small handful of states would have their legislators appoint alternate state delegates, there could be a path. Meadows replies to Lee, I'm working on that as of yesterday. December, dude, it's just so, it's like, it's just so funny to me that, like, you can literally just fucking read these texts where people, where they're literally just like texting over iMessage, fucking, hey buddy, what's up? Can you help me just be comically evil real quick and overturn the election? Oh, by the way, the boys did, unsurprisingly, the boys did do January 6th, kind of. I'm not gonna, like, spoil it too much, but I thought the finale was pretty good. Okay. Mark Lee. Tex Meadows. Tex Meadows. About the states. Appointing alternate electors. Which Meadow replies, he is working on it. December 8th, 2020. Meadows responds to a message about the efforts to have the Republican legislative Senate alternates elected to Congress by saying, we are, and another message by saying, yes, we have a team on it. Between the end of November and early to mid 2020, White House counsel's office warns Meadows and Giuliani that the alternate electors plans is not legally sound. The participants in the conversations in which the White House counsel make these statements also include Giuliani's associates and a later time Republican member of the House. The White House counsel attorneys include a Pat clone and potentially Patrick P. Philbin. Patrick F. Philbin. Mark Meadows and these people transcribed the interview with Select Committee. So to be clear, did you hear the White House counsel say that the plan to have alternate electors meet and count votes for Trump was not legally sound? Yes, sir. And you remember exactly what we said. I'm not trying to be overly bothered right now sitting here, I can recall. At times, perhaps early to mid-December, Trump is definitely winning after assassination attempt. I don't think it's definite. I still think it's... I mean, I don't know. 538 has him at 50-50, but that's 538, which is on their new methodology. I think there's at least a 30% chance of Biden winning, or at least the Democrats. It's always going too quick. What is predicted happened after he got COVID? He went down a bit. 30% is almost nothing. No, Trump was at fucking 15%, and he still won the 2016 election. Don't say 30% is not nothing. That's literally 1 in 3. Yeah, okay. Kamala's at 30. Biden's at 14. So that's 44 altogether. And actually, you have to add Gavin Newsom too. He's a Democrat. Okay. 30 plus 14 plus 5 plus 2. Are there any more Democrats? No. Let's say 51. He's 90 killed in it. Okay, first of all, why did it take so long to find this? But Al Jazeera. He's went from 20 to 1 to 31. Gaza's Ministry of Health said 90 people were killed and 300 others were injured. The attack by Israeli warplanes targeted tents housing displaced Palestinians in a water distillation area unit. Subsequent news conference, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin said 2 Hamas officials targeted. Oh, wait, was this the one where they said 2 Hamas officials were targeted, and then I think later it came out they didn't die? Yeah, Deef. I don't. Was it ever confirmed whether or not he actually died? Or this is jns.org, Jewish News Syndicate. Mansour was killed, which was confirmed by Israeli intelligence in 2015. Wait, but this is the 2015 war. They proved no kill. Who proved it? Not immediately clear if you were killed. Well, thanks for following Armed Opinions. Destiny needs to be cancelled. Haven't you? Why does that say your first time chatter? Did you get a new account or something? Armed Opinions, you've been in here before. And imprisoned? I don't think that's true. I don't think he needs to be cancelled. Destiny cancels himself every stream. True. I think I'm on Twitch. I don't know how much I can say, but I feel like Destiny's... What's wild, Destiny has not even condoned political violence. Like, he has literally said multiple times that he doesn't. He's just saying he's indifferent to the person's stats. He's just saying, oh, do people respond to my... Wow, let's watch this, guys. Let's see.
Threatening to end democracy if he wins again, and it looks like he's going to win, right? Like, let's pretend it looks like he's going to win. We don't know, obviously. Do you think the next logical step is to shoot him?
The next logical step, probably not.
What would that be then? I don't know, probably protests. You should probably exhaust every single legal means you have available to you before you move to
Well, look at that. Exhaust every single legal
forms of nonviolent demonstrations, and you should exhaust every single nonviolent option available to you before
way.
you move on to
Does listening to that G? Oh my god.
targeted violent demonstrations. Like there's like a escalatory path you could take, probably pretty similar to what MLK did for the civil rights stuff. The level of I was pretty
Also,
clear.
he literally debated Jordan Peterson, so I would guess he knows.
The level of the hinge is if people get blown away at rallies where they're championing like an insurrectionist, I have no sympathy for it. That's like if you want to have an offshore conversation about the full engagement, I wouldn't advocate for violence. I don't think anybody should go out and kill anybody for a variety of reasons, of which I detail in the States. I think that
yeah, it's wild. Literally, all he said is that he just doesn't feel that much sympathy because they're supporting an insurrectionist. He just like doesn't care that much. Which like, I don't know how much I can say on Twitch, but like, I do feel. Destiny said this too, and I agree with him here. I feel way more sympathy for the fucking Gazan children dead than I do for that fucking firefighter that died. Like, oh, here we go. Israel's worked twice since attacking Almaty. Videos and photos sell. Digital airstrike near emergency responders during a deadly barrage in a villa in Gaza this weekend at top Hamas military commander in the territory. After several Israeli munitions hit the ground in the villa in the Al-Mawasi area Saturday morning, at least one additional smaller missile hit a busy street outside a compound as emergency service workers were responding. It exploded directly in front of two vehicles, clearly marked as belonging to Gaza Civil Defense, an emergency services agency, spraying them with shrapnel and apparently killing and injuring first responders. Directly in front of. Israeli military said that it struck military targets of the utmost significance, but that the strike will be examined. Not then, why should we take as intended? What? Or no, oh my god, Panda, you're not still on doing this fucking. If you don't know every single flight, dude, I don't understand how you're so fucking autistic that you don't hear the words coming out of every streamer, every streamer who interacts with you, bans you or repeatedly tells you, I don't care, just like Soundsol did. I don't understand how you don't take my words and we sell Soundsol, so the exact same thing, and you just don't hear them. You just don't hear you just completely ignore them. Not every streamer. I know streamers who engage with me in those on those streamers. Okay, probably go watch them, dude, because I don't care about this stuff. You want to talk about something relevant? Maybe we can talk about that. If you want to do your Israeli apologia, then now's the time, buddy. Or talk about the fake elector scheme, then now's the time too. Okay. Streamers talking about streamers. I have a good friend who is a streamer. Is this the same thing earlier? Fuck streamers. Trump, bro. Not all streamers. Do agree with me. I believe that the only demographic potentially will go more for Biden is a white woman. I don't know. Especially college-educated rich ones, and also working-class males, blacks, Jews, Hispanics are all going to increase for Trump. I don't think many black women are going to move to Trump. At least not ones that already did last time. Because especially with abortion, I think all women are basically probably moved towards Biden. We already posted that above, but no one cared the first time. He didn't respond to that. Yeah, wild. Okay, yes, sir. Not trying to be overwrought, but right now sitting here, I can recall that at a time, perhaps early to mid-December. Now, it very well could have been the end of November, but I'm trying to think about a benchmark events and dates in my head. And early to mid-December, early to mid-December, it's a safer bet. He was present for the meeting. It was in our office. It was Mr. Meadows, Mr. Giuliani, and I feel Mr. Giuliani. I don't know the correct term, associates, but Mr. Giuliani associates. Do you remember who from colleagues? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, our associates, colleagues have characterized. Do you remember when White House was there? At the very first time I heard, I know Mr. I don't know that guy. Get alone. I'm inclined to say that Mr. Fat Philbin was Pat as well. But factually speaking, the very first I'm comfortable saying. I think Biden has a strong Jewish base. He will not falter. Same with the other single issue voters, probably. As long as Biden keeps saying he's His Highness. That's my president. Trump got more Jewish votes than Romney. I believe he will increase by at least a hand. I don't. Problem is, I don't. Trump is obviously more pro-Israel, but like, I would assume most of the Jewish people in the U.S. are probably more moderately pro-Israel than Trump is. I would guess that, but I don't know for sure. Not just Jews, but ethnic minorities like Black and Hispanics and Asians. It wouldn't surprise me if Hispanics and Blacks continue to slowly drift away from the Democratic Party, but I think most women will probably go for Biden just because of abortion. And the more it seems like Trump's gotten more extreme with the deportation stuff, so maybe Hispanics will vote against him. Hopefully. Fortune is their last hurrah, true. Hispanics aren't pro-illegal immigration. I mean, that's true, but it seems like a lot of Hispanics probably don't like a lot of his immigration rhetoric. And tax the rich people. Well, there is that too, at least. I don't even feel can't. No one can't. No one cares anymore. No one cares. No one cares, dude. Do you see? You know how much? Do you know how much better the world would be right now if I didn't have to read this shit and I could just read about nominal GDP targeting, or I could just read about how Trump's tax cuts affected the economy? I don't care about this shit. I don't care. I don't care at all. I would so much rather read about nominal GDP targeting, but apparently we're still fucking hung up in this stupid dumb shit that I have to do this all day, dude. Okay. No one cares. No one cares about policy anymore. No one cares. No, like literally no one cares. Like the Republicans are in a different factual world. But like yesterday, I can have conversations with people who are like, "Oh, Joe Biden was so bad for energy," when like he's not. It's clearly not true. We're energy independent now. You chose this life, non. I did. Like we're energy independent now, but the price of oil's gone down too. Like Biden's done green energy shit too. He's provided subsidies for solar, and solar is now cheaper than fucking coal, and I think wind is too now. Yeah, like it's just what nobody cares about policy. Nobody cares about any policy, dude. Nobody even knows. Nobody even knows any like the both sides have their talking points. So like, if you're a Biden supporter, you can probably just list off Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan, PACT Act, HEROES Act. But like nobody knows what any of those shit did. They're just talking points. And if you're on Trump's side, you just say border wall and the tax cuts, and that's it. And nobody even fucking cares about policy anymore, dude. Nobody cares. Literally nobody cares. It's all culture wars shit. Some of it is foreign policy that people care about now, but yeah, literally nobody cares. Nobody cares. Notice Trump hasn't mentioned the swamp. Oh, that's true. Learn to gamble. Trump should appoint an in-capital libertarian for melee style economic reform, abolish the deep state, 3-letter departments and agencies, prosecute the swamp creatures. Well, he wants to do his fucking schedule of appointments again. This is a big project 2025 civil servant loyalty test shit. Yeah. Okay. Nevertheless, Meadows become deeply involved in the development of the scheme. According to testimony provided to the select committee, he follows to progress of the scheme closely and has dozens of meetings or calls involving a false elector scheme. He also confirms in a text to former state legislators that Trump electors were planning to cast their votes on December 14th. December 8th, 2020, following a call, she wrote, writes to a troopist, court challenges pending Jan 6, really not necessary. I think having the electors send in alternate slates of votes on December 14th can pay huge dividends even if there is no litigation pending on Jan 6. And based on final litigation in the states, Biden is still above 270 electoral votes, or at minimum is still ahead of Trump, with perhaps one or more states up in the air. In his email, Chesbro discusses, not fun at the end of the day, political structures are downstream from, oh my god, we're doing this shit again? Every time. Why do I even read any messages from chat? You say the same thing every time, and I say the same thing every time. And sounds this is it. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the video. Where is it? Where's the I need a shortcut for it right there. What's it? How is it? That? Hold on, what's it fucking? It's just this. Oh my god. Okay, well, go to fucking YouTube, dude. I saw it. I just lost it, dude. He's another streamer that Panda does the exact same thing. Why does it not? Okay, fuck YouTube, dude. Oh, oops. I did misspell it. Bruh. Okay, well, I'll find it later, and I'll fucking... whatever. Did you get massacred on a stream, cool kid? Yeah, I mean, he didn't get massacred. He just... It's so... Dude, that video is so funny to me, because the other streamer said the exact same thing I say to him every single time, which is, I don't care. This is irrelevant. If you want to talk about something relevant, you can do that. But I don't care. Stop bringing this up. You're derailing the stream. Like, it was the exact same thing. Almost word for word of what I say. And, oh my god. He can't hear it. His autism brain just can't comprehend it, bro. PPG was firing shots at you last night? Oh, what'd he say about me? Well, I thought he respected me. He told me he respected me. I don't know what he's firing shots at me for, bro. PPG is a ban evader. He says he's unbanned now, and I kind of believe him just because he hasn't been banned on his new account yet, when previously he was being banned like every fucking day. Said you can't debate for shit and called you and your crew a bunch of virgins. True. Kid isn't autistic, he's just young and impervious to everyone's weak points. True. He said I can't debate for shit. Then why'd I fucking own him and debate ahead of him? I don't think I'm the best at debating it or anything. I don't think I'm any worse than PPG is, though. I don't know. I mean, he's right about the virgin stuff, but or for real, said the same thing. You owned him. I don't think I owned him or anything, but like, I think I did a super bad job. I feel like in the Bossa server, when like we talked to people, like we were on the same panels, I didn't disagree with him very much because we're mostly aligned politically. We're mostly arguing either with right wingers or arguing random shit.
Before like
making very strong
Oh, here we go.
claims
Yeah.
or like base.
Oh, he changed the title. Where are the comments? Yeah, see, he does the same thing. There we go. On fucking
like,
speed dial, bro. Okay. Sunsoul is still a streamer? Yeah. I think he probably doesn't stream on. I think he only streams on YouTube, but or on YouTube. I don't know if he streams on Twitch. I think he streams on Kick too, but okay. Chessbro discusses have any electors in an alternate slate, blah, 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 even if there was no litigation. Troopers agreed for Chessbro's analysis and directs him to work on implementing a plan, saying this is an excellent summary of the endgame. He also tells Chessbro that he had not discussed his proposed plan with Senator Johnson, to which Chessbro replies, glad you followed up with Senator Johnson. This prospect of extending the fight into January is exciting. Say it's not relevant, but it actually is relevant because everything is philosophy. You think about it, bro. And my wet brain is relevant to fucking everything, bro. My big wrinkly wet brain because I'm 16 and I know philosophy. And you can't even quote Nietzsche like Jordan Peterson does. Okay. Chessbro tells Troopus that court challenges ending on Jan 6th are not necessary. Then cabinet electors in an alternate slates can pay huge dividends even if there are no litigations. Having the alternate slates would be useless leverage. Do you really? I probably am already in this one. Is this Oh, I'm not in this one. I don't know what this is, bro. What is this? I don't know what this is, man. I mean, I'm in it. Congratulations. Bro, there's nothing in this server. Oh, I don't have permission. Wait, do I have to verify myself or something? I don't know. Oh, this looks unhinged. What the hell? There's a strict hierarchy. This is a Jewish theology server? What the fuck? You have to DM? I'm not willing to do that for Jewish theology. We use as leverage. It's because politics, all that. Then why would the rules talking about Jewish theocracy? I'm in other way bigger politics server. I don't know why it would be in that one. I don't really need to be in it. By the way, if you're not already in it, you probably, I don't know if you're in it. The boss's server is really good. Anyone that's not in it, including you, Jidiox or Panda, should join it. He hosts panels sometimes and stuff. You could hop in them, some of them. Or you could be a judge if you wanted to as well. We're not early time in the morning to do this? Yeah, I haven't. I woke up at 1 a.m. It's not even early. Although now with these new fancy lights, I can't even tell what time it is outside. Because my room just stays because they're bright. These lights are bright enough that my room just stays the same color all day. Okay. It's early for your upload schedule. It is because my sleep schedule is so fucked. Usually, I would get up at in 15 minutes from now, or later than that. You know, my sleep schedule is like 12 hours opposite of what it usually is. Because right now, I've been going to bed at like 4 and getting up at like 1. Okay. Blah blah blah. I keep getting distracted. I need to fucking edit videos too. I've been so bad at editing, but I haven't edited anything in 2 weeks, man. But we'll do it eventually. I'll do it. Okay. Potential shorts of leverage. Yep. Troopers agreed with Chesbro analysis and direction to work and implement a plan. He also tells Chesbro that he had discussed his proposed plan with Senator Johnson, to which Chesbro replies, "Glad you followed up with Senator Johnson. The prospect of extended fight to January is exciting." It's just so. It's literally it's just comical. I don't know a better word for it. Jack Willenchick, an Arizona attorney working with the Trump campaign, emails Epestin, I don't know how to pronounce it still, and summarizes the communications with Chesbro about fake, his term, electoral votes by saying, I'm glad they started referring to them as fake, even internally, by saying, my comments to Chesbro is that, well, was that I guess there's no harm to it, legally at least, i.e., we'd be just sending in fake electoral votes to depend that someone in Congress can make an objection when they start counting votes and start arguing that fake electoral votes could be counted. See Terrence Howard Joe Rogan nonsense? I did. I don't care at all, though. It's Chesbro idea is basically that all of us have our electors send in their votes, even though the votes aren't illegal under federal law, because they're not signed by the governor, so that members of the Congress can fight about whether they should be counted on January 6th. Alright. Oh, wait, I can highlight this one. It's just comical, bro. This guy, Arizona Tony, emailed that guy. Did something in their water about the Are you talking to me, Panda, or are you talking to other people? Do you? What do you mean? Is there something in the water that explains what? Okay, December 9th. Chesbro provides a 5-page memo to Troopus. The memo outlines state and federal laws that apply to the alternate state of electors in 6 different states. If the aim is to ensure that all 79 electoral votes are properly counted and transmitted for Trump, it outlines a game plan for the national Trump campaign. Terrence Howard, Billy Carson, Candace Owens, and Kanye West Why have blacks been saying so much dumb shit recently? Shouldn't you agree with most of the shit Candace Owens said? I would imagine you agreeing with a lot of the Candace Owens stuff, but I don't Kanye West is mentally ill. Candace Owens is I don't know what happened to her. She is the weird thing is I don't think she's grifting, because I think she could probably make more money just being a regular conservative. I think she's probably like I really don't know what's going on with her. I don't know her motivation for it. Rupert Black was always a snake, true. Terrence Howard is also probably fucking schizophrenic. You ever had another discussion with PPG after the debate from 2 months ago? Discussions, yeah. I haven't debated him 101 and anything, but we were like literally the past 3 days or whatever. The boss was doing the debate preliminaries, and I was on the panels. I just talked to him like a few hours ago. At 5 a.m. today, I talked to him for a little bit with him and Turbo. About the Trump assassination. It wasn't very long ago, because I didn't really have anything to add. Okay, 3 notes. 1, Chesbro states that the alternate state should meet to cast their votes on December 14th, so that the votes might be eligible to be counted if later recognized by a court or state legislator as the valid ones that actually count in the presidential election. In other words, Chesbro appears to consider Congress, and perhaps even the president of the Senate, VP Pence, can recognize all the alternative slates, even if the courts and legislators are not. Note 2, Chesbro relies on the 1960 Hawaii example, but does not state that the slate of electors for Kennedy were ultimately certified by the governor before the congressional vote on January 6th. Chesbro states, the only only thing ordinarily contemplated by, Code 9 of the Trump-Pence electors would not be able to include their certificates with certification of ascertainment that the governor is directed to give the winning electors pursuant to U.S. 3 USC. Is this U.S. code? What's the symbol mean? I thought the symbol meant code, 6. But as the 1960 Hawaii example shows, here and here, this is hardly fatal. Proof that the Trump-Pence electors are other validity appointed ones can be furnished to Congress before it meets January 6th. I watch you debate with him. Fire. Section. Thank you. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Note 3, Chesbro warns that the laws of Georgia and Pennsylvania make the alternate electors plan somewhat dicey in those states, because the governor's approval is required for any substitution for an absent elector. He writes that it is accordingly imperative to try and avoid any absences. He also warns that Nevada is extremely problematic because the law requires the Secretary of State's presence for the electoral vote to be valid. In emailing the memo to Troopus, Chesbro writes that we are now the accurate list of Trump-Pence electors in all 6 states. With that information, I can draft papers similar to those we have now for Wisconsin, ready to be signed in the other 5 states, subject to careful review by key officials in those states. Troopus replies with 1 word: excellent. On the same day, Estepin responds to Troopus' forwarding of the Chesbro legal memos on behalf of Giuliani. If Troopus compare a sample elector ballot for Wisconsin, and if yes, for PA for all the states, Troopus replies. So Troopus asks Chesbro to be able to do this. Chesbro replies, "Oh, absolutely." Okay. Okay, so 3 notes. Chesbro states that the alternate electors should cast votes December 14th, so that the votes might be eligible to be counted later if recognized by a court or Congress. Mr. Ballot wants an actually count a presidential election. This appears to imply that he thinks Congress, or even just VP Pence. We debate him and Karis later about Gaza. I haven't done the Israel Palestine stuff in a while. Maybe sure. I reached out to dude. I told PBG I wanted to debate in Gaza at one point, and he never replied. That was like months ago, though. I'll do it. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I can bring Isaac in and have it be a 2v2. Who's that? Isaac, my goat. Another streamer. Smaller streamer. Yeah. Able to. All he does is why Karos? I mean, I just said yes to the to the chatter, but I don't actually know like anything about him. Who is it? I don't know who this is. He's a weakest fist. I feel like I'm following this guy actually. Hold on. Maybe I'm not. Wait, what's his Twitch? Is it? Is this a different person? What the hell? That's right. Yeah, I feel like I am following this person. I can't find it, at least. Is there an underscore or something? Is it this? Yeah, this. Yeah, I've seen him before. Oh, it's only available, so sick. Okay. Recognize electors that legislators. What the fuck is this? Remember, who is this? It's got a reminder that says, remember this person. Is this? What? I don't remember them. I'm not doing a very good job at my reminder. Okay. Hopefully it's not important. I don't have no clue when I set that. I would have remembered setting it if it was important. States not. Mooching off his GF while sitting on his arse and muffling. Much like TB, at least PPT has work ethic. True. No, 2. Just relies on the 1960 example, but he does not state that the state of electors were ultimately certified by governor before the congressional vote in January 6th. Or no, I clicked on it. What is this?
Soren
No, this
Kierkegaard
is
is best.
totally unrelated. I don't care. He's an actual job as a translator now? Damn. You're saying this is an actual job? I'll have you know, I make 30 cents a day on this, okay? And so, 5 viewers in Rumble right now. I had 13 earlier. The fucking Rumble's where the real money's at. The ad revenue, at least. I make more on Twitch from subs and stuff because nobody subs on Rumble or anything. But at least the Rumble viewers give me a lot more ad revenue because Rumble just has Rumble's just more favorable for that. Although they still don't fucking. So it's $3.12 total earnings, but none of it is in the cash out. None of it's been processed at all yet. Dude, I need to start streaming and editing like way more because dude, like I don't. It's not like I have a job or anything. I literally don't do anything else. I should be able to pump out shit faster than anyone else, but I'm just so fucking lazy and get distracted so easily that I don't. Must apply for a job with Israel at PragerU. True. I could, dude. I could do that. I could maybe do that. I want to make my own fucking propaganda thing. I might have mentioned this on the stream before, but I want to do like an economics channel thing. I think I could. What I could do is like I like just reading about economics, so like I could do all the research on stream and maybe even the writing on stream, and then just make the video and upload it, and it'd be cool. Yeah. Okay. Chipbill warns that the laws of Georgia and Pennsylvania make the alternate election plan somewhat dicey in those states because the governor's approval is required for substitution for absent elector. The bill warns that the laws in Georgia and Pennsylvania make the scheme somewhat dicey in those states. Governor's approval is required for any absent elector, any substitution. Economics is pretty cool, but it doesn't have to bite at Bloodsport's yelling at him. Yeah, that's true. But if I made economics, it'd be like video essays. You in college, you took a year off after high school. I graduated early from high school, like a semester early. So I graduated like February this year. And I'll probably be in college by January. So I will end up having taken almost a full year off. But not like as an intentional gap year just because I'm lazy as fuck and didn't apply to college at the time. But we'll see. Unless the Twitch blows up, will you minor in anything? What do you mean? I'll major in. I want to get a economics degree. It's what I'm going to do. I don't listen. No, I'm just gonna manifest this, right? What's gonna happen is I'm not gonna go to college, and the Twitch stream and the YouTube stream will blow up, and I won't have to go, and I can just learn everything I would have learned in college on research Twitch streams. It'll happen, bro. It'll happen. I actually use the term GF Lucy. Oh, what is this? Oh, here it's finding them. Majoring economics, we get a minor or anything else? I don't know, probably not. Get a job at a hedge fund? I could. I'm anti-capitalist. Gotta hop off. Based inverted mystic. I don't think I get a job at a hedge fund because I don't want like a finance degree. I just want like a macroeconomic. Like I like macroeconomic. Like I don't care about fucking hedge funds. What I care about is like macroeconomy. I have no clue what that is. Minor in philosophy / psychology. I I mean, I wouldn't minor in psychology. Oh wait, apparently I do know who this is. Oh, I'm following her. Oh. Wait, I don't remember her for some reason, but I did follow her. God damn it, it's only for subs. I only watch PPG based. I follow a lot of people just because I might want to host them in the future, but I don't remember this person. But apparently she's watching stuff. The YouTube channel. Philosophy is a decent subject, especially even economics. Well, some schools have PPE degrees, philosophy, politics, and economics. And I think some of them you choose like a major in one, and then, yeah. So I probably do PPE with a specialty in economics. So you're talking about a lot of economic and housing base. Oh no, what is she? Oh no, is she a lefty in economics now? Is she? What does she think of the rent control? the new Biden rent control initiative. It actually doesn't look that bad, but I react to one of her vids. I mean, if you link me something, yeah, we can check it out. Yeah. Okay, but economics, I probably major in finance, get a practical job, but minor in philosophy out of interest. Nice. Better YouTube and see. Okay, well, I thought you were gonna link me something. Gotta do all the work around here. Is it housing news? Oh, she hasn't done anything on how the Federal Reserve could have caused an extra session.
In March 2020, the Federal Reserve responded to the economic
That's
panic
fucking
tied
Texas
to
speech,
COVID-19
bro.
by dropping its federal funds rate to nearly 0%. The federal interest rate governs how much banks pay each other in interest to
You haven't joined stream in a while? Oh yeah, AI News. Welcome back, Bert Stein.
borrow funds kept at the Federal Reserve on an overnight basis. This is known as the repo market, where firms trade trillions of dollars worth of debt for cash each day. These repo cash each day.
Oh wait,
The Federal Street and the broader economy operating.
she's just explaining overnight
These
lending.
convert their treasury
Okay.
bonds into short-term cash loans.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, the Fed implemented another monetary policy measure known as
Nobody gives a
quantitative
shit about
easing,
this.
the creation of new bank reserves,
quantitative
often referred
easing.
to as printing money, to purchase government bonds. From March 2020 to November 2021, the Fed purchased $80 billion of treasury bonds and $40 billion of mortgage-backed securities every month.
We did more than every month. Okay. I was like, we did way more than that.
This combination of increased bond prices and reduced bond yields lowered interest rates for borrowers in the real economy.
Maybe we watch video where they're speaking, but it's on. I want to watch this, bro. I'm learning. I don't know. I'm curious what she thinks of the new. So basically, what I've heard is that in exchange for AOC and Bernie not telling Biden to drop the fuck out, Biden is being more progressive on things. So one of the big things was housing. He wants to do the 5% rent control cap. It's a 5% cap on the increase of rent for, I think it's 4 landlords. Biden ain't going anywhere. I don't think he is. I think he'll probably stay in. 4 landlords with over 50 rental units. And it's not like and they just get tax penalties if they don't do it, which is why, like, I don't like rent control, to be clear. I think rent control is a dog shit policy, but like, this really doesn't seem that bad. Like, Biden's definitely losing. Nobody disagrees. I disagree. I don't think he's definitely losing. I think it's relatively likely he'll win. What the fuck is this? True. Even PPG has dropped him. What do you mean even PPG's a fucking progressive social? Yeah, of course PPG doesn't like Biden, dude. I think it's an 80-20 that Biden loses after this kind of streak of bad press. I don't know. I think it's I think Biden. I mean, I think it's somewhere between 20-30% Biden wins probably. PPG was full Biden male until the debate. Well, what do you mean full? PPG's a fucking socialist, dude. Your brain is so fucked by Twitch politics. Not everyone is PPG and Cenk Uyghur, bro. There are plenty of people like me who are much more Biden bros than PPG is. PPG is the alcoholic Biden bro. Dude, not even alcohol could keep the delusion that Biden is viable. He's voting Biden or bust. It's not. He's just voting for Biden. What do you mean Biden or bust? I'm pretty sure PPG wants Biden to drop out, right? We've had a conversation. He wants Biden to drop out. I don't know. What is predicted to have Biden at? If Biden is at like 15 cents, I will buy Biden. $0.14. Biden hasn't announced that he's dropping out yet, right? I might buy Biden. It's kind of risky because I think he did just say he was more receptive to dropping out, right? But want to check this out? Science, is this a rent control study? Oh, I think I actually probably have this in my notes. Global analysis of real wages, human morality since the 16th century. Harris has been further up in betting for months. Biden just overtook her as a second favorite. Real money. Yeah. PPG saying Biden needs to go. You know it's bad for Sleepy Joe. I don't know why. Like, I would trust the fucking progressive people on any. Like, you can watch Cenk in 2020 saying Biden's never going to win, and every fucking progressive losing their mind that Bernie lost because Bernie's way more progressive than every other fucking candidate, and he's way more progressive than the average American. Although everyone has moved anti-establishment now, so. A lot of Biden voters are voting against Trump, not for him, but the undecided voters might lean more towards the right after the debate. I don't think like any undecided voters going to Trump. I just think they're not going to vote. They're probably just not going to vote. Reminds me, I need to continue reading this because dude, my undecided friend Adam, I've talked to him once on stream before. I need to fucking drill down on him to fucking vote for Biden, dude. I will suck his dick if he votes for Biden. I'll do it. He's not even gay, but I'll do it. I'm not even gay. Just so we're clear. I'm not gay. Here's who's responding against your second fave. I was undecided until your side tried to kill Trump last weekend. True. Didn't it come out that the guy was Googling Trump shooter Google searches? Didn't it come out that he was Googling for both Trump and Biden? Yeah, gunman search for images of Trump and Biden. I'm pretty sure he's searching for Biden events in Pennsylvania too. He's probably just mentally ill. It was kind of obvious from the beginning. Like, search digitally for details in many public figures, include members of the British royal family. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely not as clear as. Yeah, it says motive unclear in the headline. Did I ever claim the motive was clear? I said he's probably mentally ill. That's probably what happened. Might turn out to be a Shinzo Abe type situation. Well, why wasn't he? I don't remember what he was assassinated for. Was he also just assassinated by someone who wanted to fucking suicide by cop or something? Yeah, I don't know. Like, Definitely overly simplistic to say you're a side try to kill him. Yeah. Mentally ill leftists wouldn't exactly be a stretch. Imagine of the imagination if we were going to be president. I mean, it's not necessarily a stretch. We just don't have the information. It's also not a stretch to say he's probably just mentally ill and wanted to fucking go out with a bang, dude. Got killed, an active personal revenge for him supporting a cult on national level. Okay. Trump was always going to win. That attempt was the real. And yeah, didn't need to happen to seal it. I don't understand why you guys think. I understand why the odds aren't favorable for Biden, but I mean, Kamala Harris is at 33, Biden's at 14, unpredicted, and then 538 is most favorable, as Biden at 53, and then The Economist has Biden at 30% or whatever. I don't why even get involved in this topic? I don't know, dude. It's just Trump was at fucking 15%, right? And he won in 2016. So I just would never see we're done 4 months away from the election still. Trump got chosen by God to govern. Sorry, I don't think the rules. The bullet missed him by such an insane stroke of chance that it's clearly divine intervention. Divine intervention right into one of his supporters, right into that firefighter, right into his fucking skull. I don't get it, dude. Clearly divine intervention. And not him looking at a chart that he had looked at multiple times. Firefighter martyr for the cause. Yeah, I know. He looked at that chart multiple times, right? He had a chart about the immigration. He had looked at the chart before. That's just the direction he did. He moved to look at the chart. Newsom was 21 going backwards in the book. I don't know why. I don't think Newsom's a serious contender anymore. I don't think Newsom's gonna do it shit, bro. But if anyone steps up, it'll be Kamala. This late, it'll basically have to be Kamala. Almost second fave. She's the fave for the Democratic nomination right now, unpredicted at least. Do you support Destiny's commentator past week? I mean, I don't... what... Okay, give me your characterization of what his commentary is. I don't think people... I think I've gone insane. I think everyone has forgotten the definition of condone. I think we can all agree he didn't die. But saying it's divine intervention is cringe. Good he didn't die, yeah. Especially when one of his fucking supporters died. It's just dumb, Doesn't basically said it's okay to kill conservative. No, that's not what he said. He said he doesn't have he said he doesn't have sympathy for if conservatives happen to die while supporting Trump. That's what he said. He did not say it's okay. He explicitly has said it's not okay, and he doesn't think people should be doing it. Yeah. Again, people have forgotten their definition of the word condone. People keep saying he condoned political violence. This is not all he did. All he did was say it's funny. I will make fun of it. And I'm indifferent to it because you're supporting an insurrectionist. That's what he said. Yeah, dude, he said that Trump supporters need to be killed. Find me a clip of him saying that. He has never said. I don't believe he's ever said that. Yeah, we can watch the clips of him condemning it if you want.
If Trump is an insurrectionist, threatening to end democracy if he wins again, and it looks like he's going to win, right? Let's pretend it looks like he's going to win. We don't know, obviously. Do you think the next logical step is to shoot him?
The next logical step, probably not.
What would that be then?
I don't know, probably protests. You should probably exhaust every single legal mean you have available.
Wow, exhaust every single legal mean and non-violent option.
You should exhaust every single non-violent option available to you before you move on to targeted violent demonstrations. There's an escalatory path you could take, probably pretty similar to MLK.
He clearly no, he's not clear. He's been very clear the entire time. All he is saying is that he doesn't give sympathy to people who die while supporting Trump. That's what he said. He said he cares way more about innocent Palestinians dying than about the firefighter guy. That's what he said.
I did for the civil rights stuff. The level of I was pretty clear when I can say the level of unhinged is if people get blown away at rallies where they're championing like an insurrectionist, I have no sympathy for it. That's like my if you want to have an offshore conversation about the full legalization, I wouldn't advocate for violence. I don't think anybody should go out and kill anybody for a variety of reasons.
Oh wow, I want to advocate for violence. He doesn't have sympathy for
I think that the first step should always be legal processes. The next step should always be committed forms of nonviolent protest, and then if it escalates, then you start going through violent means you really feel like you have to.
It's okay. Did he ever say it was okay? He just said he doesn't get sympathy for it. Like he says he doesn't feel sorry for them. In compliance stand law should say Trump alluded to killing Democrats. Don't try and infer what people mean. True. He doesn't even care about Palestinians, so he was saying fuck the firefighter. True.
But those are like your pathways. You have to exhaust.
I mean, he is saying fuck the fire. He doesn't like the firefighter because the firefighter fucking supporting Trump, dude. He's not like saying it's good that he died. He's just saying he just doesn't get sympathy for it.
Like I said, you've asked me, when does your mind flip into, okay, now we have to start breaking rules out of and get into Dan world? There's a reason why.
I'm not even saying like breaking rules. I'm just saying like having absolutely no sympathy for when some people break them. Like I don't think that people should go like full. Like I've already said, there's like a chain of like you exhaust your legal options, then you exhaust like a non-violent commitment, and then if you have to, then you go to the final stage of violent protest. But
well, like, here's the thing, right? You feel it, possibly you don't feel it, and if you don't, I'm not going to feel it. I actually feel really bad for the people who like, this is father, this is he is fucking amazing, he's a good thing. It's like, for people that not know, like, how I'm consumed, and I'm here, they're ignorant, cheating, my reaction, and they feel unhinged, because something that hasn't incredibly hard out for most mad people. They would do themselves out. But I feel bad for family, because I wouldn't lose I would family.
Even if Pierce fucked Morgan, called him out, and he doubled down. Base Destiny. Did you see the deleting positive comments on that video, bro? I wonder if my comment's still there. You don't think it's dangerous rhetoric on his part? What if some little nerd watching him decides to go on a killing spree to appease a streamer god? Then the guy who did it is retarded, because that's not what Destiny's saying. I don't think it's any more dangerous rhetoric than what a ton of fucking socialists say, where they're literally advocating for the violent over the government, and they're saying, capitalism is so evil, it's killing 20 billion people, and we need to go fucking both sides are the same, and they're both fascist. And then it's not any, like, conservatives literally made fun of the Paul Pelosi hammer attack. Like, it's... Oh, my comment is still here. They did not delete my comment, guys. Not his responsibility until he openly calls for to pursue conservatives and commit violence. Yeah, I don't think he's... Like, anyone who thinks he's actually advocating for political violence is retarded. People advocating to overthrow the government in any serious manner should probably be arrested. Well, true. I don't know, like his... Hassan... to be clear, I'm pretty sure Hassan has fucking... He's probably condemned this, to be fair. But... That's a streak soaked in the red capitalist blood in video games, of course. It's not, it can't even be unstreamable, bro. Couldn't have gone after anyone from 9/11 because the perpetrators died. Yeah, so we don't know if the shooter wasn't acting alone, and there is a fucking group of politically violent fucking Antifa mobs, then we should go after them. Yeah, but right now, probably it looks like the shooter's probably acting alone, probably mentally ill. We don't know. So like, why even talk about it? Like. He also warned that Nevada is extremely problematic. since state law required the Secretary of State's presence for the electors' votes to be valid. Same day, as in response to Troopers is forwarding, which is a legal member asking about how Giuliani Troopers can prepare a simple sample elector ballot. Sorry we can't all watch the non-fun show and go around shooting presidential candidates all day long. Some of us have jobs. True. Do you even think like I mean, you can watch like when it first happened. I don't think I was streaming. I don't think I was streaming, but the boss was streaming when I was on the fucking panel talking about it, and I just said I said it does make me sad. Like the Trump shooting just makes me sad about everything. Okay. Two. On behalf of Giuliani. You think U.S. would have been the same if Indian leaders were involved in targeting its leaders when natives were undergoing extermination and land theft? If Indian leaders were involved in targeting its leaders. Can you clarify? If Indian leaders were involved in targeting it, you used the wrong it's too. It is leaders when natives were undergoing. Do you mean if the U.S. was targeting native leaders when they were undergoing exterminate? I'm pretty sure we were probably targeting native leaders. I don't know. Probably going to side with the natives for the most part when it comes to the U.S. fucking exterminating them. As in natives assassinating U.S. leaders. Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, it would have been different for sure. Yeah, but I don't think we. I think it would have ended up any better for them, just because we were still so much more powerful than them. Like, there's probably not much they could have done. Yeah. A sample elector ballot for every state. And two. Alright, to which CHESPR applies. Oh, absolutely. Wait, why did CHESPR apply? Oh, because he... Okay. All hyperbolic fun and games show some lunatic named manifesto as a reason for taking out the trash. True. I can't wait till comes out the shooter was a big non-fun fan. And my rhetoric is really encouraging political violence. Can't believe. I'm so sorry, guys. Can't believe I would encourage that type of political violence. My bad. Didn't I saw the one guy Unbelievable. Shooter. I saw the one channel.
It's like Nike doesn't vet who buys their shoes.
Talking about it. I don't think he says very much. He just says he doesn't condone political violence. And it's not like
meant to incite violence or hate. It never has. It isn't, and it never will be a channel that does that. I don't
know. I don't think he's just a gun channel. I don't think he really did anything to incite it or anything. It's just people who like guns probably watched him. So obviously anyone who commits a crime for gun is probably going to be more likely to have his merch. December 10th, Troopers Connect Shitbroder. Epstein, I hope it is how you pronounce it. I still don't really know. And Clark direct Shitbro to coordinate his efforts with them, writing, please talk directly with Boris and others on the electors. I would suggest Boris lets Justin Clark set a conference among lawyers and others who will handle their respective states when you can walk them through what they must do. There's not time for multiple calls. Non-fun merch when? I should make merch. People want to buy it, but I don't know what it would be. I don't my profile picture is just copyright infringement, so I don't think I could use that, but we figure something out. Manifesto issue 312. I saw non-fun replying at YouTube that Destiny made a good point. Link. True. The reason I commented that, I didn't even watch that full video. Maybe we will at one point because I can farm it for reaction content and upload it to YouTube and give views. It's literally just that make teasers for face and non-fun and full letters. It's literally just to see if they were deleting positive comments, which they didn't delete mine, but they did delete some positive comments about Destiny. Makes it include Russia propaganda and mercilessly get Oh, I should do that. Group's email, so Chespro, goddammit. Chespro follows up and offered to prepare certificates for electors in the other contested states. Note 1, Justin Clark testified that he became aware of Chespro's work because of Troopus. He also said that by December 14th he was convicted and that his plan was not legal. He was convinced, that his plan was not legal, appropriate, or the right thing to do. Make your shit of you knocking PPG out. Boxing ring that shit. Oh, by the way, are there any I don't mean this as like a call out to other streamers. But if there are funny clips of other streamers, it would be funny to have them. You know how I had the PPG dog? It would be funny to have like clips of other streamers like as redeemable things. Not like necessarily like bad clips of them to make fun of them, just like funny clips because we're in the same space. I don't mean like to make them look bad or anything. Like I don't want just like negative sound bites of people. I just want like funny clips. They can poke a little fun at them. Like the PPG dog obviously like makes fun of him a little bit, but like he made a PPG documentary. I should. Okay. We barely got them through this. Okay. To be honest, trying to better yourself and learn on stream is kind of lame. Just rant to people arguing about Gen 6 or something. But I have to learn about it more so I can react to people better. I saw Destiny was working, apparently, I think he said he's working on a Trump manifesto. That'll be interesting when it comes out. an anti-Trump manifesto, to be clear. Obviously. Blah, blah, blah. Streaming is meant to be Jerry Springer type content. Well, I mean, like, I'll do reaction stuff, not the place to learn. I want. I'm gonna do like research. I can read a lot better and faster when I am streaming. Obviously, I'm talking to you guys right now, but like, I focus a lot better when I'm streaming than if I'm not. So. I'm gonna keep doing it, and then I'll farm reaction content later, you know. After I finish this, which, you know, what the hell, dude? Must craft the blade you use to show others the process, teaching them how to build their own. True. Thanks, enormous pharmacy. This is admirable, even if it isn't the type of content some people prefer. Yeah. Well, I mean, I listen. Whenever I read economic shit, I get 2 viewers. So. Okay. I feel like I should look up how to pronounce this name. Prosec Craft Blade.
Epstein.
Epstein. I was saying it mostly right.
Epstein.
Okay. Craft my balls on your chin, Drew. Get fucked. Okay. Troopers connects chest rope to Epstein. I should look up the penalty. Like, why do they always fuck last names, bro? Clark directs them to coordinate. Please talk with Boris and the electors. I was just Boris is just in. Oh, it's just a whole fucking thing. So it takes forever to load. What the fuck? Taking a framework and a copy pasting. True. Dude, this is just a time. It's not even. This is just a descriptive timeline. You know what's funny? Is that they've actually just called them alternate electors every single time, except for the time where the person themselves called them fake electors. Descriptive with mostly framing. True. This is not like a. Expensive. How extensive. What, like, what's the framing in here that you disagree with? Like, for every single thing, it's like literally providing the memo itself, and like it's quoting the memo directly, and it's literally it's using their words. Like it's not even like it doesn't even take sides on the legal theory behind it. I don't know what. I don't know what issue you would really have with the framing here. Lawyer speak is mental gymnastics. Set the frame, then provide some evidence that fits it. This is not even discussing legal theories here. This is just like a descriptive timeline. Like it's not even like it's literally just at this time this person said this, and then they link directly to the fucking text messages. Or these are the emails, but the text messages too. As long as you don't email. Descriptive commentary, yes. What? Can you just provide an example of like some framing in here that like is bad? This is like not even like I don't even like I don't know. Like Chess provides a 5-page memo and it just links to the memo. Like it's not even lawyer speak. It's not even nothing even like prescriptive is happening. It's just a descriptive timeline with pretty neutral framing. Who's Cheese Bro, by the way? What do you mean who's Cheese? Oh, Cheese Bro. One of Trump's guys. He's a co-defendant in the RICO case, I think. American attorney known as the architect of Trump fake election plots inspired to overturn the 2020 election. Yeah. Oh, he already pleaded guilty. Take 2 pages to describe 4 sentences, then it is descriptive. What? Okay. I don't know. If you can like give me an example of like something you take issue with here. Then we can maybe have that conversation. But like I don't understand what I don't understand. That's true, but it doesn't really apply. It's like this is literally just like Troopers connects Chesbro to Epstein, I don't know how to pronounce it. Clark indirects Chesbro to coordinate his efforts with them writing. Like this is just a direct like not this document. Then why? Then we're reading this right? What? Okay. 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 Dude. Okay, I need to actually find and take the note. Was replying to Bert. Okay. Purpose. Next. There's no good way to rephrase this. I just copy and paste this. Tells Chesbro to coordinate his efforts. He's talked directly with boards and electors. Okay. To coordinate the electors. Oh, I've seen this before too. Jesus. I can feel my fucking PC fans spin up when I click on that one. Pair certificates for electors, the other contested states. Note 1, Justin Clark testified, but he became aware of his work because of Troopus. He also said that by December 14th, he was convinced that it wasn't legal or the right thing to do. I already. Okay, Clark testified that became aware of the scheme because of Troopus, and by December 14th had become convinced the plan was not legal, appropriate, or the right thing to do. Troopus 4's draft elector certificates paired for Wisconsin by Wisconsin Republican Party to Chesbro and asked him to please review. Chesbro edits these certificates and sends them back to Troopus and notes, I plan to adapt it for other states. These drafts describe the Trump electors as being the duly elected and qualified elected without any qualifying language. This is like really like this is a neutral for like the fact that like it literally just says these drafts describe the Trump electors as being the duly elected and qualified electors when that's not true and that's a lie. They don't even really mention that it's a lie here, or they might later on, but okay. Paired for Wisconsin by Republican Party officials to Chesbro. Then states he plans to adapt it. It is Cheesebro. It's funny. Or other states. These drafts describe Trump electors as being mozzarella sibling. The duly elected and qualified electors. That evening, Chesbro also speaks with Giuliani, whom he says was focused on doing everything possible to ensure that the Trump-Pence electors vote on December 14th. Chesbro also emails Troopus, just wanted you to know that the national people are totally on board with your push for the electors to vote. At the same time, Chesbro reaches out to Republican officials and elector candidates in other 5 contested states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania. Over the next several days, Chesbro communicates with his contacts in these states to set up false elector votes on December 14th. His letters include similar statements to the effect of several people with the Trump campaign, including Justin Clark and Nick Traynor, supplied your contact info and asked me to help coordinate the 5 other contested states. You can't. What's your CLO? Undated. At the president's direct request, the RNC has assisted a campaign in coordinating this effort. The White House Select Committee Council stated in reference to an undated phone call with Trump, Eastman, and Romney McCain, chairman of the Republican National Committee. McDane testified that on a call of Trump and Eastman, Trump turned the call over to Eastman, who talked about the importance of the RNC helping the campaign gather these contingent electors in the case of any legal challenges that were ongoing, change the result of any of the dates. She said she understood the campaign did take the lead, and we were just helping them in a role. My cheddar is 1800. What did the president say when he called you? Essentially, he turned the call over to Mr. Eastman and proceeded to talk about the importance of the RNC. According to testimony before the House Select Committee, the Trump campaign legal team tries to step away from the effort to ensure that the false electors cast their votes. Nevertheless, the scheme continued under Giuliani's direction with Chesebro as his designated point person. According to campaign official Josh Finlay, Trump makes clear that Rudy was in charge of this and Rudy was executing what he wanted, with Chesebro's memos being the justification for why Rudy and Ken we're going to keep forward with this stuff. Checkers low-key better up to 20. Okay, December 11th. Going to some money. Trump campaign legal team. I had to step away. Share the fake false electors. Or they call them false electors for once. Cast their votes. But the scheme continued under Giuliani's direction. According to campaign official Josh Finlay, Trump made clear that Rudy was in charge. He was executing exactly what he wanted. As they took full control of this effort, Chesebro suggests to Jack Wilenchik that he file a petition for his territory in the Supreme Court to review Trump's loss in Arizona, which the Department of Justice calls a pretext to claim that litigation was pending in the state to provide cover for the meeting of the fraudulent electors there. Just the fucking libtard cancel me. For real. What a great first message in chat. I'm pretty sure that was his first message. I don't know for sure, but I don't recognize it. I don't know, it's a kick view. I shouldn't be surprised. At least the Rumble viewers are just lurkers. Like, Even though they're probably fucking Republicans too, at least they keep their anger just pent up in their own head. They just hate watch. Or maybe it is they just like learning about it. Technically, could maybe make an argument that maybe they were making the false electors and would later on make them legal after because they thought the state might be able to certify them before January 6th. Maybe you could make that argument. Okay, as I took full control of that for nested 2 Jack fucking Winkledick. That's his name now. 2 Jack Winkledick. File a petition. I don't know what this word means. I've heard your writ is of certitory. A writ or order by which a higher court reviews a decision of lower court. Oh, okay. I'm going to say petition for the Supreme Court to review Trump's laws in Arizona. DOJ later called this a pretext to claim that litigation is pending in the state to provide cover for meeting and fraudulent electors there. Oops. I'll put the period. Doesn't really matter. Winkledick himself appeared to agree with this assessment, saying, also just FYI, I recall now that there was a rush to file a petition in order to give legal cover for electors to vote on the 14th. Arizona indictment. Do you ever eat Turkish doner? I've had Turkish delight, Turkish doner. I have no clue what this is. It sounds like a Winkledick. Oh, I don't eat this. I'm vegetarian. This looks horrible. The rest of the stuff looks good, but okay. No one Department of Justice also called Trump's campaign litigation in New Mexico filed just minutes before the December 20th deadline a pretext. Note 2, despite his testimony, his evidence suggests that Trump campaign officials like Matt Morgan and Mike Roman remained involved in a false elector scheme until the eve of January 6th, coordinating with the Chesbro and others to ensure the false votes would be delivered. By December 11th, 2020, an admission of involvement in a footnote in Trump's court filing an emergency petition in Washington. Trump campaign has requested its electors to sign and send to Washington on that date, their votes to ensure that the votes will count on January 6th if there is later determination that they are the duly appointed electors for Wisconsin. Someone talks about it like fajita meat on top. I don't have fajitas either. Good gear, no shit. Okay. Implicit admission of involvement. It's not even implicit, really. A footnote in Trump's court filing. You can have vegetarian style. They're basically a wrap in USA speak. I mean, I've had wraps before. Emergency petition in Wisconsin. Large eat, but I mean, some of the fake meat stuff is good. Some. No same person word. I'm marketing to vegans right now. Search gal, they make it on YouTube. You mean how? The hell? That's not. Well, you told me to. What am I supposed to? What the fuck is this? Fake news. This is Greek. This isn't even Turkish. Oh, here we go. Damn, that was efficient.
It's just fantastic. You're gonna see top 10 street foods here in Athens. Athens, the capital and the largest city of Greece. And in this video, we are gonna discover the best street food dispute.
Two notes. One, the petition describes the electorate certificates as based on the contingency of a later determination that they are the duly appointed elected for the state. However, the Trump campaign pressured unsuccessfully the Pennsylvania false electors to drop any reference to such a caveat in their certification document. Putting chips in them is packing. Greeks and Turks argue about where the exact same meal comes from for 500 years now. That makes sense. Two, in reference to a later determination, the petition does not say determined by whom. It leaves open the determination will be made by the state legislators or Congress or the President of the Senate, VP Pence, which would accord with the Chesbro-Eastman memos. Okay. Petition. Was he even indicted for any of the Pennsylvania false elector stuff? I know Georgia has the RICO case against him, but I don't think Pennsylvania has it. That's shit. And then didn't this was for Arizona? Oh no, this is a federal one. Wasn't there one in Arizona? Okay. Chesbro sends an email to Giuliani. Well, wait, note 2 I need. I didn't even finish taking note 1. It's based on a contingency of later determination. they are the legitimate electors of their state. Or Trump, or the Trump campaign. Try to himself. Okay, unsuccessfully. Try to get Pennsylvania false electors to drop any reference to this caveat in their certification document. Petition does not reveal who the later determination would be made by. Even open the possibility could be made by Congress or even just Mike Pence. Okay, December 13th, Chesbro sends an email to Giuliani, which he states was requested by someone whose name is redacted on court records on Giuliani's behalf. The memo outlined Chesbro's arguments for why Pence, as president and Senate, could claim authority to count the electoral votes, including making judgments about what to do if there are conflicting votes. He provides a chronology of how things could play out if there's a serious effort to employ the argument that the president of the Senate has this power. His chronology includes the president of the Senate opens the two envelopes from Arizona and announces that he cannot and will not, at least of that date, count any electoral votes from Arizona because there are two slates of votes, and it is clear that Arizona court did not give a full and fair opportunity for the review of election irregularities in violation of due process. In a breathtaking passage that lacks any foundation, Chesbro writes, unless by then the Supreme Court has taken a case and rejected it on its merits, the President of the Senate can make his own judgment that the Arizona proceedings violated due process, or he won't count the votes in Biden's column. Chesbro later forwarded his email to Eastman. Alright, ping me when a boring learning session ends so I can watch you play Minecraft or something. I don't like brain. I think the boring stuff will end and not that long. I'm getting fucking tired, dude. But I don't know. We'll see. I might start reacting to stuff soon, but oh wait, is my fucking VPN on? Okay, good, it's not. Getting close to my bedtime, dude. 2 p.m. Dude, it's also, I don't know if these lights are making me hot or not. I don't know. But it looked better with them on. But it doesn't really matter. It's not really, it doesn't look that different if just one of them's on. 9 p.m. is prime time return. Hold on. But if I turn both of them off, it looks fucking dumb. I did not, I mean, that looks fine. I did not consider the heat these lights produce when I bought them. Should have considered that. Really, it's just one is fine, but we'll leave it on. But I'm going to turn the brightness down. Why is that such a big jump? Hold on, this is the lowest brightness. This is the second lowest, and this is the third lowest. There's like not that much of a jump between these two, but between these two, there's a massive jump. Oh fuck, I just made it warmer. No. I think it was that. Your time EST, right? Yeah, it's EST. Too much thinking today. I need to go back into the swing of just fucking being able to read a lot. Really quickly. Camera's doing a thing. It ain't all about the lumens. Well, I mean, it looks fine either way, but yeah. It looks fine. It looks way better than PPGs. That's what matters. Okay. Also, you have hair. I do have hair. Oh, the PPG doesn't. That is true. Wait, hold on. That's like right there, actually. We try using acidic acid for acne, by the way. I have not. Works wonders for me. Saved me in high school. Maybe I have, actually. I don't know. I don't try very hard to do much about it, but okay, December 13th. Jessica sends an email to Giuliani. She says, with someone's behalf, writes a chronology how things could play out. It's a serious effort to employ the argument that this president and Senate has this power. Its chronology includes the president and Senate opens the 2 envelopes from Arizona, announces that he cannot and will not, at least as of date, count any electoral votes from Arizona because there are 2 slices of votes, and that it is clear that Arizona will not give a full and fair opportunity. And then okay. Omega PPG would be in a hospital of melanoma if he uses your lighting for an evening. True. Okay, my brain just broke for a second. Okay. Pro sends an email to Giuliani. Chessboard. Which outlines his arguments that the Senate can claim the authority to count the electoral votes, including make a judgment about what to do if there are conflicting votes. Provides a chronology of how things could play out. Including President and Senate opens it to and to processing. In a breathtaking passage that lacks any foundation, Chisholm writes. See, there is some framing there at least. He continues. email later forwarded to Eastman on Jan 2nd. Highlight is legit. True. Urging them to decertify bias. Spelled out. SM Day in Chesborough also sends an email to Mike Roman, senior staffer for the Trump campaign, attaching the draft certificates for the Trump electors in New Mexico, and says that he has added the new qualifying language at the start of the certificate. Might be good to have it added in all states. Suggested change indicated the Trump Pence electors were casting their votes on the understanding that it might be later determined what we are the duly and qualified electors. First 2 weeks of December 2020. Okay. April also sent an email to Mike Roman attaching a new qualifying language. Eastman reached out to sympathetic state legislators in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona, urging them to decertify Biden electors and certify alternate Trump electors. Judge Carter wrote in March 28, 2022. Order. Yeah, that. Okay, wild. Eastman reached out to state legislators asked them to decertify Biden electors and certify alternate Trump electors. Giuliani and Trump officials are directly involved in organizing a plan across states, according to media reports. Trump officials, led by Rudy Giuliani, oversaw efforts in 2020 to put forth illegitimate electors from 7 states that Trump lost, according to 3 sources with direct knowledge of the scheme. The sources said members of former President Donald Trump's campaign team were far more involved than previously known in the plan, a core tenet of the broader plot to overturn Joe Biden's victory when Congress counted the electoral votes on January 6th. Giuliani and his allies coordinated the nuts and bolts of the process on a state-by-state level, the sources told CNN. One source said that there were multiple planning calls between Trump and campaign officials and GOP state operatives, and that Giuliani participated in at least one call. The sources also said that Trump campaign lined up supporters to fill elector slots, secured meeting rooms in state houses for fake electors to meet on December 14th, and circulated drafts of fake elector certificates that were ultimately sent to the National Archives. In addition, Giuliani and these misfit characters started calling the shots, a former Trump staffer told CNN. In addition, both fake electors, Maddox from Michigan and DeMarco from Pennsylvania, said that they were in direct contact with members of the Trump campaign. Note 1. On December 10th, Chesbrough contacts a Trump-Pence elector in Michigan to tell her about the alternate elector plan and offers help with the logistics of the electors, hopefully in joining and casting their votes on Monday. Later sends his November 18th and December 9th memos along with draft certificates. Okay. According to media interviews with Trump's campaign officials. Giuliani and Trump officials are directly involved in orchestrating plan across states. Where? Washington Post report. Trump electors gathered in plain sight, assisted by campaign officials and Trump. Trump attorney Giuliani, who said publicly that the rival states were necessary and appropriate. Internally, Giuliani oversaw the effort, according to former campaign officials and party leaders. Campaigns scrambled to help electors gain access to the Capitol buildings, as is required in some states, and to distribute draft language for certificates that would later be submitted to Congress, according to former officials, campaigns, and party leaders. The campaign also worked to find replacements for the electors who were unable to participate or unwilling. Undated, a false elector from Michigan implicates the Trump campaign. Michelle Maddock, a co-chair of the Michigan Republican Party, says in a recorder remarks, "We fought to seat the electors. The Trump campaign asked us to do that under a lot of scrutiny for that today." September 19th, 2020. Trump campaign election operatives directed for Georgia. Robert Sinner sends an email instructing Republicans to cast electoral college votes for Trump in Georgia in complete secrecy. Your duties are imperative to ensure that the end result or win for Georgia for President Trump will be hampered unless we have complete secrecy and discretion, Sinner's writes. According to the Washington Post, Sinner's emails went to instruct the electors to tell security guards at the building that they had an appointment today with one of two state senators. Please at no point should you mention anything about the presidential electors or speak to the media, Sinner continued in bold. In a statement, Sinner said he was working at the direction of senior campaign officials and Georgia Republican Party Chairman David Schaffer, who served as a Trump elector in the state, the Post said. Okay. Robert Sinners was the Trump campaign's election operation director for Georgia. Sends an email to the fake electors to conduct their or cast their votes. Complete secrecy. Okay, run up to December 14th. Trump campaign officials get into dispute with some of the potential electors over whether certificates should include caveats, with Trump campaign officials pressuring the false electors not to include any caveats about whether they will be duly authorized only upon a future determination. One of pro-Trump's electors in Pennsylvania, Stan DeMarco, told CNN that there was a last-minute dispute with his state GOP electors pushed Trump campaign officials to add legal caveats to the fake certificate to say that there were only electors in waiting if Trump's legal challenges prevailed. CNN also reports DeMarco, who is one of the state's pro-Trump electors and is the chairman of the Allegheny County Republican Committee, told CNN he and his other alternate electors signed a certificate at Trump's campaign request, but first amended the language to be changed to make it clear it was not intended to contest the will of voters in a state who voted for Biden. The hedging language was included at the last moment as the Trump campaign had concerns and questions whether the change was appropriate in the immediate lead up to December 14th, according to a Trump campaign staffer with knowledge on a matter. Ultimately, the Trump campaign acquiesced, but the internal debate shows that even as some of Trump's strongest allies were concerned about the attempts to overturn the 2020 election. Lancaster News also reported on the dispute, and that Trump campaign lawyer James Fitzpatrick of Philadelphia pitched a declaration to electors as a way of preserving Trump's legal rights and should his election challenges prevail. No one Republican official in Pennsylvania also pushed Chesebro to add contingency language certificates for their state and say they want to support President Trump any lawful way. Note too, there were similar concerns in Arizona. According to Chesebro, 2 electors were concerned it could appear treasonous for the AC electors to vote on Monday if there are no pending court procedures that might eventually lead to the electors being ratified. It's legitimate ones. Note 3, in text message with Chesebro, Roman resists the idea that qualifying language should be added. 2 more states saying, fuck these guys, after a call regarding Pennsylvania electors. According to the federal indictment against Trump, Chesebro was also warned by a Trump campaign official not to qualify the language to other electoral certificates because of the fear that it would snowball. Okay. There are disputes in multiple states over if qualifying language should, geez, I can't type, I'm tired, should be added. Qualifying language not included as certificates of Chesebro. Wild. To troopers on a 7/10. Okay. Prior to December 14, 2020, subpoena for Chesebro issued by the Fulton County grand jury alleged Chesebro worked with the leadership of Georgia Republican Party, including David Schaffer, drafted at least 2 memorandum in support of his plan, which provided for Georgia Republican Party, provided template Microsoft Word documents to be used at a party during the planned December 14th alternate certification, and worked directly with Giuliani in coordination and executing a plan. I didn't know they were subpoenaed that early on. Oopsie daisy. Was issued by the Fulton County Grand Jury, alleging that he the grand jury for the pig elector team. Oh my god. Note 1, emails from Chesebro so that he sent along the memos and drafted elect certificates for use in Georgia. Coordination. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Prior to December 14, 2020, as the campaign's litigation losses mounted, 3 of its lawyers, Justin Clark, Matt Morgan, and Josh Finlay, claimed to have withdrawn or decided not to participate in the alternate elector scheme. After legal failures mounted, claim to have withdrawn From the plan. Just remember, I either replied or called somebody saying, unless we have litigation pending in the States, I don't think it's appropriate, or this isn't the right thing to do. I don't remember how I phrased it, but I got a little back and forth, and I think it was Ken Chesbro where I said, all right, you just get after it, I'm out. At that point, I called Justin Spindley and emailed to General to politely say this is your task. You're responsible for the electoral college issues moving forward. This is my way of taking that responsibility into zero. The committee learned the White House's counsel office also felt the plan was potentially illegal. To be clear, did you hear the White House's counsel say that this plan to have alternate electors meeting cast votes with Donald Trump in states that he had lost was not legally sound? Yes, sir. Friday, December 14, 2020. The decision of Trump's campaign lawyers not to participate is revealed to state officials and campaign staff. The former Wisconsin Republican Party chair testified that he was told the alternate electors' votes would only count if a court ruled in our favor, and he testified otherwise that he would have not participated if they knew Trump's team would be using our electors in ways that we weren't told about. I was told that these would only count if a court ruled in our favor. That would have used our electors. They would have been using our electors in ways that we were told about. Okay, wild. The music's playing dumb stuff right now. Prior to December 14, 2020, the January 6th committee reviewed documents indicating that the instructions were given to the electors in several states that they needed to cast their ballots in complete secrecy, and one group of fake electors even considered hiding overnight to ensure that they couldn't access the state capitol as required in Michigan. In one state, the fake electors even asked for a promise that the campaign would pay their legal fees if they got sued or charged with a crime. Red 1. Jan 6 committee. Oh, wait. Shit. Review documents indicating multiple electors in several states instructed to cast their votes in complete secrecy. Once they defeat Cliff, even asked for a promise campaign would pay. They got charged with a crime. Said he was working in a president campaign. He told me that Michigan Republican electors were planning to meet in the Capitol and hide overnight so that they could fulfill the role of casting their vote per law in Michigan chambers. I told him in no uncertain terms that was insane and inappropriate. No uncertain terms that was insane and inappropriate. December 13, 2020. The Trump campaign prepared a statement that declared that the only prudent course was to have the president's electors vote in these places. Texting about the draft release, Justin Clark said, "Now I am not sure what Rudy is telling the president on this stuff, so I'm not sure what his expectations are. Here's the thing, The way this has morphed, it's a crazy play, so I don't know who wants to put their name in it. In the same text thread, White House lawyer Eric Hirschman responded, certifying illegal votes. Trump campaign spokesperson Tim Murdow, who had drafted the release, eventually said he was not comfortable putting the statement out. I can't stand by it. From the looks of it, neither can any of you. Clark and Hirschman agreed, with Clark saying that Rudy, Boris, and Jenna should put their names on the release instead. Oh, this is just a big certificates. Let's put these here, so I don't have to have them. Oh, fuck, I embedded it. Oh, no, it's fine, whatever. Okay. Number 13. Trump campaign declared that, or prepared a statement that declared. The only prudent course was to have the president electoral votes in these places. Margot drafted the release. Said he was not comfortable putting this statement out. I can't stand by it. They said they should put their names on it there instead. Why is so many people's names blocked out? Okay, December 14th, 2020, the false electors. Okay, we might end it once we get to December 15th just because I'm fucking tired. I don't know. We'll see. I might just play fucking Fortnite or something, dude. None of my friends are awake, really? Whatever. Buzz electors meaning several states issued their certificates, which are later published by the American Oversight as a result of for a request of the National Archives. In 5 of the states, these documents declare that the signatories are the duly elected and qualified electors of the state: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. All Trump electors cast their certificates, 5 of which Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, the signatories are the duly elected and qualified electors of the state, with the other 2 having New Mexico, United States. We are the undersigned on the understanding that it might be later that I might later be determined that we are the duly elected and qualified electors. Okay, December 14th, the Pennsylvania Republican Party issued a press release stating its opening 2 lines. At the request of the Trump campaign, the Republican presidential electors met today in Harrisburg to cast a conditional vote for President Donald Trump and Mike Pence, for president and vice president, respectively. We took the procedural vote to preserve any legal claims that may be presented going forward, said Bernie Comfort, Pennsylvania chair of the Trump campaign. This was in no way an effort to usurp or contest the will of Pennsylvania voters. December 14, 2020, Troopus and Chesbrough also coordinated a draft of a statement they planned to release on December 14th, following the meeting of electors in Wisconsin, in which Troopus would have said, "I have advised the Republican Party of Wisconsin to convene a separate Republican electors meeting and have the Trump-Pence electors cast their votes in December at the Wisconsin State Capitol on December 14th. However, the statement never went out due to instructions from the Trump campaign on the morning of December 14th. Chesbrough forwards an email to Troopus from the Trump campaign officials discussing how DJT? What's DJT? Oh. Gonna take a break from this. You could use 2TS app for reading. True. I think I said I'm probably, I don't know, doing something after we get through the December 14th stuff, which is not even that long, but I don't know. My sleep is so fucked, dude. My stupid ADHD brain is so fucked. I should be able to read longer than this. Where you watched my vid and break? What was your vid? I don't remember you sending one, other than this fucking Turkish shit.
They have essentially said that this is the only way, this will be the only way to prove you have legal identity, and so if you don't...
This looks insane. BlackRock's next plans will shock the world.
Participate in that system as far as the state or the, the private sector is concerned, you don't exist. So by not participating in that system, you're inherently excluded from the economic system and really essentially everything. It's going to be a problem, reaction, solution type of situation where they've already made the solution, they've already developed what they want to be the new financial governance system after this new Bretton Woods moment. They just need some sort of big event on the scale of World War II or some large event.
This looks like unhinged stuff right now. What is this? What the fuck is this?
Equally disruptive in order to be like, all right, now it's time for a new financial governance system.
About a year ago, while speaking at the Global Finance Summit in Paris, French President Emmanuel Macron said the world needs a public financial shock to fight global warming. Around the same time, World Economic Forum founder and executive
Oh, the Great Reset, the Great Reset.
Chairman Klaus Schwab also made a similar statement about revamping the global economy. In his words, every country from the United States to China must participate, and every industry from oil and gas to tech must be transformed. We need a great reset of capitalism, Schwab added in an article published on the non-governmental organization's website. According to popular investigative journalist Whitney Webb, what we are witnessing is the birth of a new international monetary system, a replacement for the current Bretton Woods system built solely on the blockchain to aid the complete...
How's it going? It's going pretty good. I just got since this what looks like an unhinged video, but welcome to the stream. What is going on here? We're going deep into the Trump fake elector notes. I don't know if there's I'm assuming it'll come up in plenty of debates, but yeah, we just started some of the fake elector stuff, yeah.
Surveillance and censorship of every aspect of our lives. Whitney's warnings are based on the words of several global elites and WEF puppets like Macron, as well as the words of
Yep, WEF puppets like
Mark Carney, former governor of the Bank of England and Bank of Canada, and the UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance, who said the three pillars of the New World Order are digital IDs, CBDCs, and ESG. In a recent discussion with Mark Goodwin, writer and editor-in-chief at Bitcoin Magazine, Whitney warns that all world
Twitch didn't like that one for some reason. Sadie Stepbrow. I wonder why.
New World Order agenda, proudly sponsored by the ultra-rich and powerful, including Silicon Valley executives like Larry Fink, who wants to tokenize all existing assets and commodities, as well as the natural world. Whitney warns that from forests to rivers, mountains, and lakes, everything will soon become a commodity, owned and traded by the super rich and powerful to make them even.
Gross. Okay, I don't know why. Why does YouTube not show the comments whenever it's in this fucking mode? Because we are all love roping it. Yeah, awesome, dude.
Stronger and move them closer to their goal of completely dominating the rest of us.
What?
During the conversation with Goodwin, Whitney discusses two important parts of the New World Order plans, digital IDs and natural world tokenization, warning that Schwab, Fink, and useful puppets like Macron are on the verge of achieving their grand plans, and how disastrous that would be for us all. As we bring you clips from the video, please take a little time to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on post notifications for more videos like this. Everything you do...
This has 1.5 million views. From Savvy Finance Official. How did it... What is this? Each one federal world or have one government will be called black.
Helps with the YouTube algorithm and immensely contributes to the channel's growth. Thank you, and enjoy the video.
In this context, I think the digital ID is a key enabler of the surveillance, knowing what everyone is doing at the transactional level and being able to tweak that micromanagement based on a person's activity, because the digital ID isn't just limited to the financial system, right? It's like your travel, your health history, your career history, your education credentials, your access to telecommunications, social media, the internet. With the new AI era, right, they can fuse all that data, analyze it, and depending on how they develop that AI algorithm, use it to control people really in unprecedented ways. I think the digital ID and the CBDC and its private sector equivalence project is something.
What even? CBDC. Oh my god. Oh, central bank digital currency. Spain implements porn-only watching with digital ID. Not literally 1984. What the fuck?
That we're always sort of intended to be the same system. So there's documents from the UN, from the BIS, and related groups that are sort of that have been working on this for years. That essentially frame one as essential to the other, using words about this is inclusionary. The whole I guess marketing behind digital ID is that everyone needs a legal ID because otherwise they're unable to access essential services, right? And so the idea is we all have to be included in the system, and they directly link that to the concept of financial inclusion and banking the unbanked, which you brought up earlier. But inherently, these systems actually function in an exclusionary way based on how they've been set up. They have essentially said that this is the only way, this will be the only way to prove you have legal identity, and so if you don't participate
I mean, what you already need an ID to open a bank account or to do anything. I don't see why we're didn't like that one. Ever watch one of Casey's the finance video? He makes the best financial videos. You know, I don't think I have. Oh, thanks, Twitch. Oh, why? Can it stop? Can it not do that? Why? No. See, that's not what I want to do, actually. There's no reason for you to do that, Windows. Spain introduces porn passport to stop kids from watching porn. Officially, in Riley, called the digital wallet beta. The app unveiled on Monday would allow internet platforms to check whether prospective smart watchers over 18. Porn viewers would be asked to use the app to verify their age. Once verified, they'll receive 30 generated porn credits. Dude, first they came for the Gooners. What the fuck? I can only watch porns 30 times a day or 30 times a month. That's once a day. Your PC sabotages my stream? What does that mean? No, it is. Oh, what is this? Fractional reserve banking.
Fractional reserve banking has been.
What do you mean it's dead? I mean the reserve ratio is 0. Is that what you mean?
Dead for a while now, but officially deceased March 15th.
Yep. There we go.
When the Fed announced that reserve requirements for all member banks
now is 0.
Set to 0. But this isn't a soliloquy on the necessities of reserve requirements, but on something much more real and pressing in the months to come. That would be the federal funds rate, which was once an integral part of the fractional reserve system.
But also, what is the interest on reserves right now? IOR rate. I would assume we're not. Wait, it's 5.4% right now. Check the Fed rate. It's the same thing. Is it? It's not always the same, is it? Federal funds target rate. Oops. That's the same thing. Bro. See, look. 5.3%, 5.4%. Different, clearly. Different. Slightly different. Explain a video, why do the same thing? I'm gonna do anyway. The idea of target rate no longer exists. That's the old system. Well, because we're in a fucking ample reserve system now.
It has since been hijacked into another.
Oh no, wait, we are in a. Oh wait, I'm forgetting my economic shit.
Hi everybody, this is Mr.
Policy rate reserves.
Farmer with AP Macroeconomics. Today's topic, ample versus limited reserves. Up front, I have the reserve graph, and we're going to first go through and break down why it looks this way and what it means. So first off, what are limited reserves? So a little history, prior to 2008, the Federal Reserve utilized limited reserves.
I'm aware.
This meant that the banks simply did not have an excessive amount of money available. So what's the significance? Changing the supply of money had a large impact on banks, and we saw this in things like the money market graph. Changing the supply of money, the SM to SM2, would change the interest rates, either increase or decrease. Changing supply of loanable funds, the excess reserves of the banks, would change the interest rates for when you borrow money. So all these monetary policies, open market operations, discount rates, reserve requirements, the targeting of federal funds, they played a really large role in managing banking systems, interest rates, and therefore how customers would be more likely to borrow money or to invest money, things like the money market graph. So again, the limited reserves from College Board, that's pretty much talking about changing supply of money, and we typically see this in things like the loanable funds graph and the money market graph, and also reserve requirement conversations. So the reserve graph, the way I can remember it is the reserve.
Yeah, but then you. Oh, well, it says discount rate.
portion of the reserve
Not
graph,
the federal
limited reserve
funds
portion,
rate. I
is this
thought this
downward
was the federal funds rate.
sloping demand curve. And so you can kind of think, well, the money
My
market
video.
graph has a downward sloping demand, and changing the supply of money really changes the interest rates associated with that. And hey, the limited reserve section, this downward portion section, is also downward sloping. So again, this means that changing the interest or the supply of money really has a large impact on the interest rates. Now, quick note, on the reserve graph, the interest rate we're predominantly trying to figure out is this.
Hold on, and then the interest on reserves.
Roll, it changes
Yeah.
interest rates on this limited portion. How about the ample, this other portion, this downward sloping? Well, changing supply of money doesn't really change the interest rates. So the question becomes, if we, the Fed, are trying to influence how banks interact with them, if I'm trying to expand or contract the economy, changing supply to...
Hold on, this is the federal funds rate. Okay. Okay.
Away for the rich. Today, the Fed rate is no more or less than the interest paid to banks on balances held at the Federal Reserve through what is called unshockingly interest on reserve balances, or IORB. The Fed rate is money paid to banks in exchange for not loaning out your money. And looking at what the Fed needed to do the last time we experienced inflation at this level, if the Fed actually chose to move against inflation in a meaningful way, it will likely be paying the banks trillions of dollars to do it. But don't call it a subsidy. And by the way, a monetary device that traditionally was used to restrict the creation of money now actually creates money. Smart move, my dudes. As I hinted at earlier, abolishing reserve requirements predates the March 2020 announcement. Through accounts known as swaps, for decades now, larger banks had been using a loophole to get around being constrained by reserves. This is how the idea of paying IORB first came about. Because why force banks to not lend out money when you could just pay them to do it instead? The change in
what do you
March
mean
of
loophole?
banks
We were just
had
in a
been using
limited
loophole
reserves.
to get around being constrained by reserves. This is how the idea of paying IORB first came about. Because why force banks to not lend out money when you could just pay them to do it instead? The change in March of 2020 really only mattered to smaller banks if it mattered at all. IORB was already being planned before the 2008 financial crisis, but it wasn't until the crash in quantitative easing began that it was implemented. Not a coincidence. In a 2016 article attempting to defend the policy, Ben Bernanke writes, quote, "Without the ability to pay interest to banks, the Fed would likely have to implement any tightening of monetary policy by rapidly selling assets it holds. This would have difficult to predict effects and would likely prove highly disruptive to financial markets, to say the least." The problem is Bernanke is a true believer, so he doesn't realize when he's saying the quiet part out loud. Protecting financial markets is priority one. So fixing swaps and restoring reserve requirements would mean that raising the Fed rate once again would involve the Fed selling bonds in order to reduce excess reserves, which once QE started would mean releasing the pressure it's keeping on the Treasury market, which to Bernanke was totally, apparently, unacceptable. And you can't very well be selling bonds while you're buying bonds. And this is a good place to mention the reverse repo market. And I'm trying to paint in broad strokes. So the only thing I will say about it is that the Fed has extended the IORB rate, well, a few points lower than it, to any financial institution who can muster the minimum $1 million bid for what are called repurchase agreements. So when that windfall will come, it won't be restricted to just member banks, but other financial institutions as well. All right, let's do some math. So in 2021, the
Matt. Oh no,
the
god damn it.
average IORB was 0.125%. And the IORB that they paid at year end ended up at 5.4 billion. An additional 0.44 billion was paid via the repo market to other financial institutions, for a total of 5.8 billion. If IORB was 10%, how much would be paid out to the banks in 2020 something? So the IORB is 405 billion, paid in interest for the banks doing nothing for something that we used to not pay them for, but force them to do it. Okay. Now the repo, they only started doing the repo in September, and that was kind of this is a bit of an estimate. I'm just scaling it out. If they were doing it for the whole year, this wouldn't be 0.44 billion. So anyway, so you might assume that if the IORB is 10%, then these numbers would even be higher than what we're looking at now, because right now, because the interest rate was 0.125, the money was anywhere else that it could be making more than that. The repo is 88 billion. And I'm really not sure how high that could go. Reserves amounts with IORB at 0.125. If that IORB was 10% instead, we would be looking at $500 billion. but we should expect that to be higher. I just don't know how much higher. And it's really this number that could get out of hand pretty quick. So the Fed wanted a way to slow down the economy in case it overheated without directly affecting the amount of money in financial markets. And if some banks got paid a bit of money in the process, whatever, good times. But by separating the Fed rate from bond transactions, they ironically created a method for reducing the money supply with mitigated effects on the actual economy, though the
Fed banks rate, Fed rate, healthy economy, stocks fall, not totally crash, CPI inflation will go down. Sell bonds, crashes stock market, solve inflation, some banks fail, their fault.
whole point of separating them was not to have to sell the bonds. In Bernanke's article, he worries the Fed writing checks to banks might create a perception problem, though it appears he worried for not, as barely anyone took notice, though partially, in my opinion, by design. I mean, this Investopedia page, for instance, the Fed funds rate does not...
Oh, this is why you don't like Investopedia.
Mention the IORB, despite being updated 15 days before the recording of this video, 13 years after IORB was instituted. It does mention reserve requirements a few times. Inflation was solved in the early 80s with double-digit Fed rates. It was solved by limiting banks' ability to create money. It also slowed the economy down in the process, but when dealing with stagflation, lowering the money supply is the much more important part of raising the Fed, because the economy was never overheated in the first place. And therein lies the problem. The monetary device meant to restrict the creation of money has been perverted into just another method to create it. For further videos on this topic, and to support independent investigative journalism, please consider subscribing.
Independent investigative journalism. Or I did. I should read the fucking. I know the Cato Institute doesn't like their interest on reserves. Cato Institute. I'm pretty sure they don't like it. Although they probably don't care as much about giving money to banks. Fed has become more deeply entrenched in the financial markets and more actively engaged in the allocation of credit. IORE, or IOER, enables the Fed to be more like a discretionary multi-purpose institution rather than a rule-like limited-purpose institution that has delivered good policy in the past and can deliver good policy in the future. I fucking forgot some of this shit, bro.
The influence of federal funds rate, well, it no longer plays a role, no longer does what we need it to. So what can I do? We're going to get to that. First, let's talk about how do we end up here? How do we end up at this ample reserve concept? Well, again, another history lesson. 2008, the United States had the Great Recession. The rest of the world had a world financial crisis as well, so other places are definitely in the same scenario. So here we have the percent change in real GDP. In 2008, the real GDP decreased. A whole bunch.
Great video. Oh, Casey, you're so smart. I don't want people
and so we have like a negative
videos.
4% GDP change. So in about 2009, 2010, we started getting out of it. So now we're at a positive change just for that year of, I don't know, 2%. But again, 2% change of real GDP, that's just the ongoing targets for kind of maintenance of stuff, for increasing production, economic growth. It's about 2%. So we went from a negative 2, 3, maybe 4%, and then we went back to our normal status. Well, that really didn't do enough. So the Federal Reserve had used expansionary monetary policies. They set this federal funds rate to near zero as their target to try and get people to just lend people money as cheap as you can.
Oh, you know what we should, by the way, we're going to find more stuff to read. Monetary offset. I don't know what to... There's got to be stuff to read on this that I don't know exactly what to read on, but it's like a minute 30-second YouTube video. All I need to know.
Offset. Monetary offset occurs when a central bank responds to expansionary fiscal policy with contractionary monetary policy and offsets fiscal policy effects.
Wow.
Let's look at an example. When a government increases spending, the aggregate demand curve shifts out, which
Fuck your monetarist model. What the
increases
hell?
inflation. Now, central banks often try to stabilize prices. So if this expansionary...
Okay, yeah, I'm aware. This is the one thing I did know about it. Oh, what the fuck? Customers spent much of the past decade critiquing Krugman and others for arguing that so-called Australia programs implemented in the United States and Europe would have catastrophic effects on their already fragile recoveries. King chat intensifies. Thanks, Grumble. As he pointed out, contractionary fiscal policy will be offset by expansionary monetary policy so long as the Fed is doing its job. Zimmer's predictions have been vindicated. The sequester, which Krugman thought imprudent for a weak economy that was recovering far too slowly from the recession that began in 2007, seems to have no effect on the economy. Monetary policy operated like the cruise control on your car. Going up a slight hill, it accelerated money growth ever so slightly to counteract the slowing effects of a gradual incline. As such, total spending stayed more or less on track. In short, so long as the Fed's tools and determination hit its inflation target, or better yet, nominal spending level target, we need base nominal GDP targeting moment. Oh, thanks for the pinning my kick link. This is relevant? I doubt it's just going to be free banking shit, bro.
Oh my god, who the hell cares?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Panda. Krugman and other austerity skulls might have never given an official mea culpa for the bad predictions over the past decade. I don't know. I mean, I think... Cancel me hard. I mean, I'm just saying. Looks, Wait, it doesn't actually provide a fucking chart, dude. It's kind of a fucking chart, but... Most financial central bank knowledge on the net is propaganda designed to make the insane and necessary seem needed and irresponsible. Yeah, 43 followers, you get 75 or 85 to be honest. It would matter if anyone watched on Kick. Nobody watches on Kick. So I don't really care that much, you know. Yeah.
Guess we started.
I don't know, dude. I need to remember how the fucking interest on reserves works fully, because I forgot, dude.
More money for cheaper, so they will borrow more money for cheaper.
Yep, I'm aware.
In
Okay.
$1 trillion of currency in the U.S. economy. Billion in
I know. Quantitative easing. Yep. Okay.
So here's the graph simplified. Pre-2008, that's limited reserves. That's this downward sloping portion. Post-2008, we have ample reserves. That would be the $2.7 trillion in U.S. securities.
Okay, I know this part.
Okay. So supply changes of money don't really impact it. So what can the Fed now do? Well, they're getting a new superpower.
Yeah, I stopped making finance videos.
So let's talk about the Fed's origin story for their newest superpower called interest on reserves. Now, in 2006, Congress gave the Federal Reserve authority to pay interest on reserve for the start date of 2011. Because of what was going on in 2008, the Great Recession, housing crisis, etc., etc., Congress said you can actually start in 2008. So what are IORs, interest on reserves? Well, the Federal Reserve was given authority, it's their new superpower, to pay commercial banks interest for money held in the bank's reserves. Essentially, if a bank didn't lend out their money, whatever money they didn't lend out, they get their interest on this. This is the interest on reserves. And the Federal Reserve pays for that. Now, originally, there's actually two different interest on reserves, interest on required reserves and interest on excess reserves. Well, as of 2020, because of the COVID pandemic and the sharp decline, you can see here just a huge decline of interest rates in the pandemic.
Required reserves is here.
The Federal Reserve changed reserve requirements to 0. This essentially meant that all reserves held by a bank, by definition, were excess. So as of now, we just have interest on reserves, which you can see in 2021, it goes to blue because that's just interest on reserve. You don't have this required excess. They're discontinued. Now, actions were taken from 2014 to reduce the reserves holdings of securities. It didn't quite decrease the ampleness, but they did try to decrease a little bit to an extent. Okay. Now, this whole concept really stimulates around or goes around the idea of arbitrage. Now, this is not a new thing to the banking sector by any means, but it's a very important concept within the current ample reserve banking system. So arbitrage is the simultaneous buying and selling of securities, currency, or commodities in different markets or in derivative forms in order to take advantage of differing prices for the same asset. What does that mean? Well, it means you might be like an arbitrage trader. What does it mean? The person...
Okay, why are we talking about arbitrage now? Where that...
Charge other banks when...
Here's a reserve. Yep. Okay.
Itself. So if Bank A sets its federal funds rate to 2%, and the Fed sets their interest rate to 3%, what would you do if you were Bank B? Think about that. What would you do? Well, what I think is obvious is you're going to borrow money from Bank A and you're going to pay back 2%. You're then going to hold reserves and get paid 3% from the Fed. Therefore, Bank B is
233 subs on YouTube. Is in the first level monetization milestone at 1K. Do gotta go live on there too. I am live on YouTube, first of all. Second of all, it's 500 subs. I need watch time. Which is like, watch time is just annoying to get. Discontinued now. Yeah, I'm aware of that part. Because reserve requirements is 0, so everything's excess, yeah. Pretty sure this changed predated video. Maybe it was well, yeah. Look. You need 500 subscribers, 3 videos in the last 90 days, and you need 3,000 hours of watch time in the last 365. Dude, I haven't been doing my YouTube shit. I haven't been uploading shit. People don't like the reaction videos. Literally just started on YouTube. No idea. Yeah. I don't know. See, look. Live stream has 150 views, bro. Look. So. I'm looking left most of you out. I also oh, that's a short stream. I didn't start the short stream. Oops. I can start the short stream. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm streaming on shorts too. YouTube needs to fix their shorts shit still because I can't sometimes it'll say like it'll just recommend this short stream to people. It's annoying because like there's
is guaranteed profit of 1% and they're not even using any of their own money. They just pocket 1%. This is the idea of arbitrage.
Okay, this is arbitrage. That's why you're talking about it.
With this in mind, let's consider if the interest on reserve is set at 3% by the Federal Reserve. What do you think the minimum federal funds rate, which is set by the commercial banks themselves, so it's set by Bank A, what do you think the minimum federal funds rate Bank A would accept for the reserves being lent out? I'd say 3%. Probably a little bit above, actually, because why would they lend at 3% to Bank B instead of just gaining 3% straight from the Fed? So probably a little bit above, honestly, but for us, we're going to use the general policy rate, and it's going to be kind of communal for federal funds rate and interest on reserves for College Board at least. So it's for this reason that the interest on reserve sets this minimum portion of the reserve. The graph to the right is one from College Board at least. So again, they're using just generally policy rate or administrative rate. So the interesting question of this whole thing is, where's the federal funds rate going to be? The ceiling in the United States is based on the discount rate. This is because a commercial bank would not charge above the federal funds rate. Why? If there's a bank charging a federal funds rate up here,
I'm remembering. Yes, it's the ceiling. Okay. Wait, you can live stream in shorts too? I'm learning. Yeah, you can. And it shows up in people's shorts feed and stuff too. Yeah, you can stream on. It's a little annoying to set up, but you can do it. Yeah. Because you have to schedule the streams, and you have to make sure they have 2 different stream keys, and then you have to set up your OBS to stream to vertical and horizontal. It's a little annoying. It's especially annoying if you I don't do this anymore because it's not worth it. I used to have 2 restream accounts. In one, I would do the horizontal video, and the other, I would do the vertical video, and then I would have to do more shit too with restream to make it stream on YouTube Shorts and Instagram. I can't stream on TikTok because it's fucking annoying.
Money from them because I can always borrow from the Federal Reserve right here. So the discount rate becomes the ceiling. This is true in both the limited reserve, this downward portion part, and also in the amp reserve. Although in the amp reserve, the discount rate doesn't play
I'm remembering. I'm slowly remembering back to my macroeconomics class about how this shit works. Okay. I think I drew it wrong on my stupid thing, but
from go to there. The interest on reserve is then the floor of this whole conversation. Why? Because that whole arbitrage thing we were just talking about. If I'm going to charge you 2% and you can have an interest on reserve at 3%, you'd always do that. You'd always just borrow money from me and make 1% from me. So the changes to the floor or ceiling would have an impact on the lending practices. The ceiling just kind of squishes it down. So not a huge role for the ample reserve, but for the limited reserve, it plays a role. But changing the floor, change that interest on reserve, that's going to increase the federal funds rate. And if you're charging more to other commercial banks, you're probably going to charge more to your customers. And if customers have to pay more in interest when they borrow money, we can go back to like the investment demand curve at this point. If you have to pay more in interest, you don't borrow as much. And so you can cool down the economy by increasing that interest on reserve, or vice versa, lower the interest on reserves. And so we can see that
you look different. I'm right at the first paid tier on Restream. I'm on the first one on Restream as well. I think I'm doing a second Restream account just to expand even at the top paid tier. There's a limit of platforms, but the flip side is actually managing. Oops. Let's see. Actually managing to be live on all those platforms, significant increase in work. Even just changing the Telegram category. Yeah, it's a dude. That's why I don't stream to. That's why I don't use Restream for the vertical shit. Because you can't even be logged into 2 Restream accounts at the same time. On the same browser, so I have to open up another browser, and it becomes a lot of work. That's why I don't bother with the. I just stream to YouTube Shorts because that's where all the viewers were anyway for the vertical stuff, and then yeah, private mode is normal. I mean, I probably could do that, but for the same browser,
this happened. Okay.
It's annoying though.
So I have
then I have to log in every time.
The Federal Reserve's interest on reserve and excess reserves from about 2008 is when it first started. Okay, it was when the first time they got this superpower to about 2019, and we can see there's kind of 3 different sections. This blue part, they decreased the interest on reserve and the federal funds rate. The small part, there's no change. It was just very, very.
Investopedia explains economics well. True. Don't tell that to Casey.
Very low at 0 to about 0.5% over here on the right hand side, and
it's not even worth it because like I can't. I don't. If you don't even try to stream on TikTok. Don't do it. You have 2 options. 1, download their shitty fucking TikTok Live Studio app. It is the most annoying, most laggy, most broken app ever. If I was installing Chinese spyware on my computer, I expect that shit to be good, okay? It's not. It is so laggy, so broken, and also it doesn't. It's obviously different from OBS. So, you can't use Restream. You can use Restream, but I'll get into that later. So like what you have to do is a super annoying thing where you like your really only option is to use your OBS virtual webcam and then add the OBS virtual webcam as a source in the TikTok Live Studio, but then anytime you want to actually use your webcam for like a Discord conversation, well, you're streaming your entire vertical output, which just looks dog shit. Yeah. TikTok is coming for the live stream platforms. If they fix their shit, then maybe. But oh my god, it's so miserable. Okay. So don't download their app. It's shit. Okay. And then your other option is you can use Restream, okay? If you get a TikTok stream key. Now, you already have to have 1,000 followers to go live from your computer on TikTok. It used to be you have to have 1,000 to go live at all, and then 3,000 to go live on your PC. But I'm pretty sure they lowered it to just 1,000, and then after you're at 1,000 followers, you can download the TikTok Live Studio. And yeah, I mean, you can buy your follower. Allegedly. I have a friend who may have bought 3,000 TikTok followers. He may have done that. That might have been a thing that he did for $10. Anyway, you then have to fucking join an agency. Okay, dude, this makes me pissed. Okay, you have to buy 3,000 followers or get them, but buy them realistically. Okay, and then you get the privilege of being able to download the app and live stream. Or you can then apply for a TikTok agency. Okay. So I go to a website and I fill out 5 different applications to join a stupid ass TikTok agency. Okay. I join this agency and I have to wait to be verified and approved by them. And I have to join a Discord. I have to wait to be verified and approved by the Discord. And this whole process takes like 2 fucking weeks, okay? And then once I'm finally in it, I look at it and I don't even get a stream key. I have to apply to get a stream key so they can ask for one on my behalf. And that process takes a fucking month. And then you can't have what I have on my thing, on my vertical thing. You can't have anything telling people to go to another platform. So I can't even have my little banner that says streaming horizontally on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. I like it. So I just fucking left and I gave up and I'm not streaming a TikTok. It's absurd. It's so dumb. Now, it's hard as hell, but it's probably their test phase, right? Probably, but like they haven't done it. The only thing they've done is lower the requirement to stream from your PC. Like they'll probably roll it out later, but it's not until they just let you get a stream key like every other platform. You can make an account on Twitch. I don't even know if you have to verify yourself or you can just fucking stream. Like same thing with YouTube. Or YouTube, you do have to verify yourself. YouTube, you have to verify yourself and wait 24 hours. That's it. On TikTok, you have to jump through 20 different hoops just to be able to do it. And then also, you're going to get banned in 10 minutes. Because I have streamed on TikTok. I've streamed myself playing fucking Fallout 76. And I get banned just for cursing. It's not for cursing. It was for... what I got banned for was Twerk Break. I played Twerk Break and it was too sexual for them, dude. Like, it's just so... Don't do it. It makes me so pissed. Because you do get a lot of viewers on TikTok. You do get viewers. Yeah, that sounds ridiculous. US Gov has them under pressure. True. That's not why they do it, though, at all.
See, 2016 and 2019, right before the pandemic.
I don't know why they do it. Just like legit porn on TikTok. I know it's absurd that fucking bitches be having their nipples out when they dance, and I can't stream Twerk Break, bro.
We have increases over here.
And like you just have to filter yourself so much. Like you have to say unalive, which some people say unalive on Twitch. Unalive, grape. Whenever there's fucking Israel debate stuff, people have to say H group. Like, I can't believe H group would unalive those people. Like, so it's just so fucking...
When they're decreasing these interest rates, they're trying to expand the economy. They're trying to stimulate the economy. Just get us going. So by decreasing these amounts, how could these policies affect the bank's policy with their customers? The banks would decrease as well. Now, why didn't the banks just keep a really high interest rate? Again, they're competitive with each other. Perfect competition, monopoly competition. I'll let you think about that. But the idea is that there were enough banks and lenders, they all need to be competitive with each other, and so you couldn't keep it at super high interest rates. There's no part, it just kind of stayed level, it stayed very low. They were trying to make sure the economy was okay. And then about 2015-16, we started to cool down the economy, and trying to pay back some debts as well as we started increasing. So an increase in these are contractionary policies. They're trying to cool down, trying to make it more expensive to borrow money, or trying to increase opportunity cost of holding money. Or
also, for anyone that wants to multi-stream, Social Stream is the only... Oh, so I didn't activate my Facebook chat. It's the only program I've found that can actually do every chat. And you can add custom chats too. The only chat I haven't seen it work with is Twitter. This is macroeconomics moment. But you do have to pay to stream on Twitter anyway now. So not really that much of a loss. And no one fucking chats on Twitter anyway. Nobody watches on Twitter. Like, the reason streaming on Twitter is good is because it lets, if you have a Twitter following, it lets people know that you're streaming when they go on Twitter, and then they'll hop over to your YouTube or Twitch if they want to actually watch you. But other than that, yeah. But I don't have a Twitter following. All my Twitter followers are bots.
Money actually was things for like the money market graphs. Put more money into these interest-bearing accounts and don't spend it as much. So that increase is going to be contractionary. Decrease in these are going to be expansionary. So here we have the ASAD. We're above full employment. So my actual is above my LRS. So if the Fed wants to try and cool down the economy in an ample reserve policy, what would they do? Increase or decrease interest on reserves?
Okay,
think about that for a second. Answer? Increase.
Wow.
So increase again for College Board, just increase policy rate or increase administrative rate. That's fine. By increasing the interest on reserve.
Reason Feds found out TikTok was into tactical gear cosplay. Is this going to be self-growth porn? How much to stream an X? $7 a month, which is not worth it. I mean, it might be worth it if you care about the other features, but like, but you know what? Whatever. It just it leaves me more. At least, and I used to stream to X, but now guess what? I can stream to DLive and Trovo on Facebook. See that I did click on that link. I saw the guy. I saw the thirst trap that he posts.
Commercial banks would either raise interest rates they charge their customers, since they would get guaranteed returns from the Fed at the interest on reserves. They're going to charge more for the federal funds rate to each other, because the whole arbitrage thing, and therefore probably charge their customers more as well. Quick little fallback: if the interest on reserves and thus the federal funds rate increases, how does it impact the bond markets? This is a very common thing called.
Wow, fuck. I don't know the answer to this.
Hold on. A lot of different things is attaching interest rates, and then let's go one step further of bonds. Answer? Well, because you told me the interest rate should increase, then the price of bonds currently existing, would
previously existing decrease. Bonds would decrease. Yeah, okay.
We just need to remember that relationship.
No, I know that. Okay.
All right, hope that helped.
I do know that. I do know that if interest rate increases, price of previously existing bonds decreases. I'm aware of that part.
Talking about the risk reserve market, talking about this downward sloping is the limited, the flat part is the ample. The ceiling of this is the discount rate. The bottom portion is the interest on reserve. Again, those are US-based terms, so we can use policy rate in general. And this whole graph identifies the federal funds rate. Where is it going to be? All right, until next time. Bye.
Okay. I remember all that shit now. Okay. Woohoo. I saw him. I watched a video. I didn't watch it on stream. We'll probably watch it on stream at one point, actually, because I want to take notes in it. But about nominal GDP targeting, and obviously a lot of libertarians are more nominal GDP targeting pilled, and they keep mentioning monetary offset, bruh. So at some point we'll probably do reading on monetary offset. At some point. Because I'm sure people are really hyped about monetary offset. All right. We'll read a little bit more of this. And then I'll probably just react to some shit so I can farm YouTube videos and then I'll end stream because it's already past my bedtime. Yeah. Okay. The decision of Trump campaign lawyers not to participate, it's not revealed to state officials and other campaign staff. Oh wait, I didn't take notes in this part. That's prior to. Oh wait, yes I did. Hold on. What's up, Robert? Caveats. Your channel is lit. Thank you, Robert. Okay, wait, I should just... The Pennsylvania comments. Read that. Here we go. Okay. Drupus and Chesbro had also coordinated on a draft statement they plan to release on the 14th of December, or on December 14th. Did you watch the right-wing meltdown from Destiny? I've seen a lot of it, yeah. Following the meeting of electors in Wisconsin, in which Drupus would have said, I've advised the Republican Party of Wisconsin to convene a separate state of Republican electors meeting and have Trump-Pence electors cast their votes on December 14th. However, the statement never went out. Due to instruction from the Trump campaign on the morning of the December 14th, Chesbro forwards an email to Trupus from Trump campaign officials discussing how DJT staff in a state were instructed not to do any media advisory or post-event press release. In forwarding the email, Chesbro wrote, FYI, no press comments. Okay, had also coordinated draft statement to release following the meeting of electors in Wisconsin that was not sent out due to instructions from the Trump campaign. Number 14, 20. Stephen Miller, a Trump campaign official, says on Fox News, "As we speak today, an alternate slate of electors in the contested states is going to vote, and we are going to send those results to Congress. This will ensure that all of our legal remedies remain open. That means that if we win these courts, then we can redirect the alternate state of electors to be certified." Do I care about these quotes? I might just do this. I don't know why they did that. Judge attends a meeting of false electors in Wisconsin. During the meeting, he sends multiple texts to troopers, keeping them apprised of the event and meeting, which occurred at the state capitol, including saying, "Wisconsin meeting of the real electors is a go," and sending a picture of the meeting itself. Troopers responds to the picture with a thumbs up emoji. Giuliani admits role on Steve Bannon's show, but says it is designed for the contingency if any of the campaign's remaining challenges succeed. Washington Post. Stephen K. Bannon quizzed Giuliani in the same day as podcast, referring to the efforts as something Rudy and the team have worked on. Bannon asked why he's sending electors. Why is Trump campaign sending its own slate of electors to state capitals? Giuliani said that based on his team's legal research, advice we got them from a number of professionals, they decided to act out of an excess of caution to preserve the chance for the votes to be counted if if any of the campaign's remaining challenges succeeded. Hold on, Steve Bannon show. Okay, December 14th to December 15th. Senior Trump administration officials urge an end to election challenges. Secretary of Labor Gene Scalia testified that he told Trump in mid-December, when electors had voted, the legal process were exhausted and it's time to concede the outcome. Out of abundance of caution, they have a new slate of electors, very forward-thinking of them, yeah. White House Deputy Press Secretary Judd Dury testified, "I told him that my personal viewpoint is that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that a country is set under to elect the president and vice president. I believe that at that point, that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed." Trump's response, he disagreed. Attorney General Bill Barr testified on December 14th. December 14th was the day that the state certified the votes and sent them to Congress, and in my view, that's the end of the matter. White House counsel Pat Cipollone testified that Trump should have conceded the election by the time Senator Mitch McConnell confirmed the election was over on December 15th. "I believe he should have conceded that at that point in time. Yes, I did. I believe Leader McConnell went on the floor of the Senate. I believe that in late December and basically said, the process is done. That would be the line of my thinking of these things." Capone testified. Transcript. Day 7, January 6 committees. Republicans refused to participate in a false electors plan, spoke to the Washington Post stating their reasons for the decision. Okay. Testified that he told Trump Attorney General Bill Barr testified. White House counsel testified that Trump should have conceded. Said Americano from the election 15th. Okay, they said. Access self-funded me. I don't purport to know if it's best category. I only know that it'll probably end badly to president unless we have the Constitution on our side. Unless these states submit new slates of Trump electors pursuant to state law, we do not. Comically. All right. We'll read everything later. Ugh, I gotta get back into the swing of fucking reading stuff. Okay, before I do the react content, guys. Okay, I need my caffeine Neo shot. Ah, who made it taste bad? Jesus. It's fine. I gotta wait for it like the taste to get out of my mouth. How much caffeine is in one squirt of that? Uh, 90 milligrams for 3/4 of a tablespoon. I don't have a reference for how big that is. I'm gonna, I don't know, assume that I'm fine. All right. We gotta watch it, of course. The Destiny Piers Morgan panel on the Trump shooting. Oh boy. I feel like I mentioned this earlier. Everyone has forgotten the meaning of the word condone or the word okay. I have never seen Destiny say that he condones the shooting or he condones political violence or that he thinks it's okay or he thinks that people should do it. I have seen clips of him saying the opposite. Yeah. But people, all he said is that he doesn't feel sympathy for someone who got shot while supporting, at least in his view, an insurrectionist. Which I can't say much on Twitch. Minar got banned just for watching it, but you know.
We don't know what's happened here.
You
No
say
one
it's
can
that-
yet give a legitimate explanation.
But you're clearly implying that it is odd. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me your lunatic conspiracy theory about how odd.
I don't
it
have
was.
any.
If you say to me,
I've been
you know,
told
let
by
me ask you-
listen. I've been told by many experts in the last 36 hours.
There's an entire cultural machine that has lied.
There was an entire cultural... in real time. That's it.
What?
That's why conservatives deserve absolutely zero sympathy.
You sound almost gleeful, Desmond. I'm sorry. That makes you, frankly, despicable.
I'm not going to get on my knees and beg for forgiveness or show sympathy.
I'm asking for that. I'm asking you to condemn what happened as an egregious attack on democracy. Can you do that?
No, I won't. No, I won't.
You can't do that. You see, so why the hell?
Absolutely
Frankly,
not.
Absolutely not. Why the hell should we listen?
I wonder if anyone else on it. Actually, I don't know what Piers Morgan's opinion on January 6th is, but I wonder if any of them condemn Jan 6 as a tragedy of democracy.
I have to say, former President Trump is the king of the political comeback, but even by his own lofty standards, the past 4 days have been utterly sensational. After coming within a hair's breadth of assassination, last night he made a stunning return to the spotlight of the RNC. And for once, the gravity of the occasion was not lost on him.
J. Trump.
We are grateful for you to be our nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America.
Also, I like the gravity. The cage was not lost in him. Brother, he was falling asleep during this.
But Trump hasn't made an entrance quite like that since he descended the golden escalator in 2015 to announce his first run for president. Bandaged and emotional.
Oh, wait. Fact check. Trump's eyes were closed during prayer. He was not asleep. My bad, guys. Fake news. Fake news. We pray for the families of those affected by the demonic violence at a rally on Saturday. My bad, guys. The fake news.
He walked into the arena like a UFC star and got the reception to match. Well, the many people who've criticised security failings
He was falling asleep in court, though.
rally on Saturday were quick to point out that his detail this time round seems to be made up entirely of strapping men. But the focus of the night was undoubtedly Trump himself, a man who now looks like he's seriously preparing for a return to running the country. President Biden, meanwhile, fumbled questions about his own incendiary rhetoric in the lead up to Saturday's shooting.
You called your opponent an existential threat. On a call a week ago, you said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate
I didn't say
words
crosshairs.
matter.
I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was there's very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term was bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word.
It's obviously absurd to say that Biden's rhetoric is what fucking caused this, bro. I mean, there's the meme that we can bring up. I think we should unite in where am I again? Never mind. Say less, Mr. President. Maybe you made an argument for some of the Democrats' rhetoric, maybe potentially, but like from all the information that has come out so far, it seems like the guy probably just mentally ill. He was also Googling Biden's events. He was also Googling other like important people. He's probably just mentally ill. But I think it's totally fair to call Trump a threat to democracy based on all of Trump's actions and statements. I don't think Democrats should be required to back down from that.
Crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing.
What a pathetic excuse from, frankly, an increasingly pathetic president. Let's be crystal clear. Nobody thought Biden was talking about archery when he used the word bullseye, and he knows it. The presidential move would have been to say that everyone, on all sides, needs to dial down their incendiary rhetoric.
Do you think Biden... Does he unironically think Biden was talking about assassinating? Does he actually think that?
But this president hasn't looked
There's no
presidential
shot.
for a long time now. One positive move Biden's made in the fallout from the tragedy on Saturday is to finally order the Secret Service to protect R.F. Kennedy Jr. The last thing America needs right now is yet more political violence, especially involving a Kennedy. Well, in a moment, we'll meet tonight's panel to debate all this, but joining me now is a former counter-sniper in the State Department and the current Florida Republican Congressman Corey Mills. Corey Mills, thank you very much indeed for joining Uncensored. First of all, I can't think of anyone better equipped in the political world than you to comment on what appears to have been a massive failing by the Secret Service on Saturday in their duty to protect President Trump. What did you make of it?
How long does he talk to this guy? I don't know if I really care about.
Now that talked about the idea of dialing down political rhetoric on both sides, as well as the dangers of utilizing words like in the bullseye, or regardless of what he says he went to indicate, it's obviously.
I don't know how much you care
Finally
about
allowed
this.
him to have a Secret Service detail, which seems to me shamefully too late.
It's shameful, it's unconscionable, the fact that an individual, just because he doesn't sit within a Democrat Party or Republican Party, is any less deserving of his safety and protection, especially a man who, as you pointed out, had his father and his uncle assassinated and killed, a man who has credible threats against his life from either side. The bottom line is... he's pulling out like 10%? If you're like a, let's say you're in the primary, you're pulling out like 10% as a Democrat or Republican. Do you get a Secret Service detail? Pierce, is that this cannot be about partisan politics. If this individual is running for presidency, if he can tangibly show that he's at risk, why would you not allocate the necessary resources to keep this man safe?
Congressman Corey Mills, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Pierce. Honored.
Well, join me now as commentator and streamer Destiny, host of the Dave Rubin Show, Dave Rubin, co-founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, and the Outkick host, Charlie Arnold. Well, welcome to all of you. Cenk Uygur, we've spoken a lot about this presidential race over the last year. Where are we now with this? Is it right to assume that two things have happened as a result of this attempted assassination? One is that Donald Trump has got exponentially more popular because people feel a real empathy with him for what happened. And secondly, that
major presidential and vice presidential candidates are eligible for protection. I don't know, just says major, but like, I'd be curious. Like, who was the last in a Democratic primary in 2020? The girl,
Biden
what's her
more
name?
likely than not now to remain the Democrat
Not
nominee.
Warren.
Yeah. So there's no reason to unilaterally surrender to Donald Trump now, but that's what it looks like the Democrats are doing. So I hope that they pick up the campaign to oust Biden again, because he's clearly not going to win. All the interviews are disasters. I don't want to surrender to Trump, but apparently Democratic officials are considering it, which would be just keeping Biden in the race. That is a form of surrender, because they don't want to waste any of their so-called talent because they're so despondent about the race. I think that's pathetic. They should fight. And if they have a new ticket, they still have a perfectly good chance of beating Donald Trump. Now, I do want to say, though, there's a second topic here. Your interview with Corey Mills, Representative Mills there, I think it was dangerous and wrong. So you guys said, oh, well, this shouldn't be a partisan thing and we should turn down the rhetoric. And then you implied that maybe the Secret Service or the Biden administration allowed the shooting to happen.
Well, no,
That's
nobody,
nuts.
no,
That's not turning.
nobody,
No,
nobody
you definitely
implied
did.
that.
You definitely did, Pierce.
Well, I certainly did.
You kept talking about, oh, well, look, I'm not saying conspiracy theory, but hey, it's so easy to find. Why didn't they find it? And you didn't just say negligence.
Hang on, I didn't.
And forget about you, Corey Mills.
Right, okay.
He didn't say,
Just
oh,
to be
hey,
clear,
look, hey,
okay.
He said, maybe it's not just malpractice. Maybe it's not just negligence.
I didn't.
Like, I'm trying to see if this girl got Secret Service. I would assume that she didn't, just because like she was not that popular. Probably not considered a major candidate.
What does
I
that
didn't
mean?
say that.
Is a lunatic suggesting?
Am I allowed to respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I didn't say anything that you just said. Secondly, he did raise the spectre that there's something very odd about this. And by the way, there is. I'm not a conspiracy theorist either. But the idea that the President Trump, who was recently the President of the United States and is very likely to be again, was shot from 150 meters by a kid with an AR-15, who was seen by spectators nearly a minute before he unloaded 8 bullets in the direction of Donald Trump, is very, very strange. And if you don't think it is, then I think you're being a little bit disingenuous. Now, what is the nature of that strangeness? We don't know what's happened here, right? But no one can yet give a legitimate explanation as to why this could possibly have happened.
Pierce, if you say it's negligence, I'm with you. If you say it's malpractice, okay, I get it. 160 feet, why is he on the roof, etc. But you're clearly implying that it is odd, as in not negligence, but something that was planned by the government.
Dude, you know what? I'm so glad that I fucking called. If we go to my Twitter, I immediately, like after the shooting, I said clearly this was Israel, and then it's the Jews. Israel shot Trump to kill Nikki. Yeah, there were like so many people immediately blaming Israel and or the Jews. Like, yeah, because of the red bracelet that he wore. And also there were literally people taking screenshots of his fucking nose and saying it was the Jews. Like, holy shit. Another porn bot followed me. Let's go.
Oh, I don't know.
Hey, get out of here, man. What the hell? Jesus Christ with these lunatic Republicans. Total lunatic Republicans. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me your lunatic conspiracy theory about how odd
I don't have any conspiracy theories. Do you not think it's odd, Cenk Uygur, that this kid could stroll across a roof unmanned and just fire off 8 bullets at President Trump from 150 meters? Do you not find that odd?
So I find it deeply troubling. I think that there should be an investigation to see how they screwed this up.
Why is Piers Morgan literally jacking off right now? He's doing the like just asking questions. Don't you think it's odd? Just don't you think it's a little weird?
The fact that they didn't get there on the roof quicker it speaks poorly of them. On the other hand, can we acknowledge that the Secret Service surrounded the president and would have taken a bullet for him and would have died for him? But all they're getting now is odd conspiracy theories about how maybe. Aren't you like? Hold on, Piers. You tell me. Aren't you implying that they let it happen?
No,
aren't you implying that? Obviously, what does odd mean? What does odd mean?
No,
Tell me what odd means.
I'll tell you what odd means. Odd means that the Secret Service's primary function is to preserve the life of whoever is president of the United States, right? And they allow this roof to be unmanned.
Allow. Use the word allow.
Okay, somebody made a decision not to have that roof patrolled, even though...
You don't even know that.
Hang on. Well, somebody did because it wasn't patrolled.
No, that's also not true.
But it is true.
Piers, we don't know the last time they looked at that roof. We don't know if they looked at it and then the guy crawled on.
Here's what we do know.
You mentioned,
hold on. There was nobody on the roof from the Secret Service. Why?
So you're telling me that you know that under...
Didn't they... I don't know if we have all this information, but like my understanding was that they identified it as a security threat, but then I'm pretty sure they only put officers in the building and not actually on the roof. They just put them inside, which it was definitely an oversight, but
Biden, Trump, and all the other presidents, that every roof had a Secret Service person on it.
Can you ever remember?
You don't know that.
Can you ever remember a president or presidential candidate who was a president giving a speech at a public rally where a roof 150 meters from his head is unprotected by Secret Service? Can you name once
ever
that that's happened?
How the hell would you, Pierce? How the hell would you know that? You don't know anything.
I am told
so if you say to me, hold on. If you say to me,
I've been told I've been told by many experts in the last 36 hours,
like that lunatic Republican you just had on, who's an expert.
Actually, no.
Talking about, oh my.
Yeah, hold on. As officers began searching these for this specific person, Crooks made his way to the area of the ARG building. The sources said at the time the building was being used as a staging area for local police who were inside the structure. Yeah, local police were inside the structure, but they weren't on top of it, which is like obviously an oversight, but The local authorities were tasked with securing that building. Yeah. It wasn't the Secret Service that was in charge of that building, it was the local police.
I go, oh yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, he was
I don't
also
think it's just negligence. Then what does that mean?
Okay.
Then you think it was allowed?
Actually, the congressman.
Who planned it? Who planned it?
Actually, the congressman that I spoke to was on the sniper protection detail for Joe Biden when he was vice president. He probably knows more about it than you do, with great respect. Unless you're about to tell me you are a covert sniper protector, are you?
No, I'm telling you that we don't know anything about when they checked the building. We do know that there was a red-haired guy who talked to the BBC. He told the cops, then the cops showed up. It's not like they didn't show up. And so if you say, hey, we should investigate and find out when was the last time they did a perimeter check? When did they get on that roof? I totally agree. If you say negligence, I totally agree. If you say Trump was brave in that moment, I totally agree. But if you start implying, which you definitely are, and Corey Mills definitely is, that it was planned or that it was so odd that it happened, you're saying it like the Epstein thing was odd. The Epstein thing was actually odd. So the video camera's out. That makes me think, yes, there was something planned. I'm brave enough to say that. Instead, you're implying it, Corey Mills is implying it. So just say it then.
No.
Don't tell, what does odd mean?
Okay, again, I will say to you, I am not saying anything was planned. I'm not saying there was any inside job at the Secret Service to allow this to happen. I am simply saying...
You're implying that. You get that, right?
Here's what I'm implying. Here's what I'm implying.
Oh my God.
There was such a catastrophically negligent failure here by the Secret Service. I completely understand why so many people are utterly bemused that this could ever have been allowed to happen. The idea you have a perfect vantage point over Donald Trump from 150 meters at a public rally, given how divisive and polarizing he is, given how vehemently some people hate him, and given the threats of violence he's had on many, many occasions, the idea that that roof remained unmanned by Secret Service is to me very bloody odd, Cenk. Yes.
Very bloody odd.
So you are implying that there is a chance that it was planned?
No, I'm not. I'm implying...
That's literally what you just said.
Literally what I'm doing is implying that there's something...
She's literally just jacking off. Just asking questions. Yeah. Don't you think it's odd? Don't you think it's odd that if Cookie Monster had 4 ovens and
we don't know about what's happened here.
That's what he's doing right now.
We need some answers. I have no idea. I don't know. Now, let me go to some of the other panelists because we've expended a lot of energy on this. I think, Jake, you have to go, so I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling me a conspiracy theorist. Thank you for joining me.
Wow, what a productive conversation.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin, this is the problem. If you can't raise questions, serious questions about what's happened here, or suggest that it's odd, without being branded a conspiracy theorist by people like Cenk Uygur, there's a bit of a problem, isn't it? I mean, it seemed to me, not just negligence. There's something very strange about this whole incident and how it...
Didn't he just say earlier that I was implying that he didn't say it was more than negligence? I thought he literally just came off as saying... I'm not implying that it wasn't negligence.
So, I've never seen members of the public, nearly a minute before a shooting at a president, raising the alarm and telling people the guy's on the roof. Have you?
Yeah. Well, Piers, I haven't been on camera with that guy in about 8 years, but I'm just reminded of the brain-piercing, serious headache you get listening to him. You just laid out very calm and cogent questions as to what happened to the man who is the ex-president and could be future president of the United States. There was either a catastrophic failure, which we're all acknowledging, or something more nefarious. All we can do is ask questions. The red-headed guy with the visor who was interviewed on the BBC saying that it was probably about 2 minutes, and we'll find out the exact details on that, about 2 minutes before where he was warning law enforcement that there was someone on the roof. Well, in 2 minutes, Piers, right now, I have an IFB in my ear. I have a microphone right here. That's what all of the agents around there have. And they're all connected to a network of people who are telling them where to look and what to do. I'm not an expert in this, but we all know this. Corey Mills happens to be an expert, and your interview was quite good with him. So the idea that 2 minutes went by and nobody looked at the roof, and by the way, the Secret Service director is now saying the reason they didn't have anyone staged on that roof was because there was a slope on the roof, and they didn't want one of their agents to get hurt. I mean, I've got roofers out on my roof right now. There's a little bit of a slope. They have special shoes. They make it work. The whole thing is insane, but I would say at the political level, this has re-energized not just the Trump base, which was energized, but this new wide swath of disaffected liberals and UFC fighters and NFL players and just good, decent Americans to realize that Donald Trump is not the enemy right now. And this fake call for unity. Yes, I would like unity in a land of unicorns and everything else, but you can't on one day spend 4 years basically calling the guy Hitler and his supporters Nazi. Then he gets shots, and now we should have unity is just nonsense. I'm sorry.
And also for the current president of the United States to be asked, do you have any soul searching about the language you've used, given that days before this shooting, he told donors that it was time to put Trump in the bullseye, and then he tries to dance his way
I can't believe
out of this.
We're actually taking the bullseye quote seriously.
I didn't say crosshairs, as if somehow when you talk about human beings, bullseye or crosshairs mean any difference. Obviously, he didn't mean, I think Donald Trump should be shot. But obviously, if you're a deranged young lunatic with an impressionable mind, who the hell knows what that kind of language? We don't know yet, right? About any of the motivations. Apparently, there's a kind of very, very strange, again, a very strange lack of information that they've been able to find out about this young shooter.
Of course, but you also have to understand that there has been an entire media machine, mainstream media machine, and Democrat elite that for years, since before Donald Trump was president, have been calling him Hitler and his supporters Nazis. What would someone do if they truly believe that? I'm not directly linking this to Biden's bullseye comment, as irresponsible as it may be, or anyone else's specific comment. But over time in culture, if things get normalized, and yes, this man is going to put us in camps, and you can turn on MSNBC on any given day, and they're talking about how they're all going to be arrested and taken off the air, and what he's going to do to minorities and gays and everything else, all utter.
But when Donald Trump says fight, 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 like when Donald Trump says fight for our country back and the election was stolen, that somehow is not going to be interpreted by people to incite violence?
Sweet nonsense. At some point, people might get a subtle message and then do something crazy. Again, we don't know if that was what happened right now, but we certainly can ask about it.
And I think, to be completely fair, I believe Donald Trump has spouted a lot of very ill-advised and occasionally very dangerous rhetoric. And I want both sides to dial it down, because actually where this leads to is where it's led to. And in Britain, we've had 2 members of parliament in the last 10 years murdered by people for political reasons, basically because lunatics have wanted to eliminate them. Let me bring in Destiny, because you've been at the centre, as you know, of a massive online response to what you were saying. And I want to go through what you said, and I want to talk to you about this hopefully in a calm manner to try and understand what you were thinking. So on Saturday evening, hours after the shooting, you said, let me clarify, when I say conflicted, what I mean is I lean towards seeing it as a natural extension of the thing Trump and the MAGA kids support. So I don't think I have much sympathy about the attempt enough to chastise people celebrating it. You couldn't find it in your heart to chastise people for celebrating the near assassination of a man who was president of the United States and maybe again?
Absolutely not. Conservatives have completely bled that well dry, and the idea that they, after engaging in the most divisive and most extreme rhetoric that this country's seen in recent history, that they would come on and beg for sympathy, that it's escalated into some kind of violent confrontation, is absolutely insane. Even the idea right now of saying, well, if you call somebody a Nazi for so long, it's, what do you expect people to do? I grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh call Obama a communist every single day he was on the radio. You've got conservatives that talk about how the mRNA vaccines were ways to sneak microchips into us. You've got COVID lockdowns that were done because the government's trying to take all your freedom away. They won't acknowledge anything that happened on January 6th. They say that the election was stolen and that your country is being taken from you. I don't think anybody should be killed. I don't think anybody should go out and kill anybody. But when you engage in this type of rhetoric and when you turn the temperature up over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, literally the mainstream conservative position is that the election was totally stolen. It's if you constantly repeat the election was stolen, well, what the fuck do you expect people to do?
There is absolutely no room for you to be shocked or surprised. And there certainly isn't room for you to ask for sympathy.
You say you don't want anybody killed, and yet you say, I don't think I have much sympathy about the attempt to chastise people celebrating it. It's people celebrating the near assassination of Donald Trump. If you can't find it in you to chastise people who do that, aren't you just as despicable as the people you've just spent the last 2 minutes haranguing?
No, because they've led the way. This is the environment that they've created.
So you think behaving like the people you think are despicable is the correct course of action?
Not about behaving like the people who are despicable would be leading that type of rhetoric. It would be denying every single bad thing. How many times as a liberal? How many times as a liberal have you been on a show? Not you in general, but a liberal been on a show and you've been forced to disavow all the BLM riots, disavow all the violence, and blah blah blah. And then you talk to conservatives about January 6th. That was
that's good. Yeah.
January 6th. Oh, conservatives disavow January 6th?
Wait. First off, there's an entire cultural machine that has lied. There's an
They just in real time. That's it. That's why conservatives deserve absolutely zero sympathy for anything that happens as a result of their rhetoric. That's it. It's so easy. It's so simple.
I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about, but I would say this is the type of person that the internet has broke their brain, thus leaving them with very little empathy for their co-human. I mean, a good, decent father is now dead because of this. He's had his brains blown out because he was defending his wife and daughter. I would hope that you have a little empathy.
What's up?
Let me jump in there because we have a clip of what Destiny has said about that very thing. Let's listen to this.
Oh no!
Fuck the dude, the firefighter guy. Fuck Trump. Fuck the people that support him. I just want you to know, okay? Just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, getting blown away, whatever the fuck, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter. I am 100%.
I mean, I gotta say, I just found that repulsive, Destiny.
Dude, I don't want to I at least didn't use the word condone, but it's so absurd that this is really that's repulsive. None of the other. He said worse things. Even I think he said it himself. He said way worse things about Palestinians, dude. Who's the feminine figure on display? This girl? I don't know.
I wish that there is no room. There is no room for the hand wringing, and I will not participate.
It's not hand wringing.
The hand wringing. No, it absolutely is.
No, it's just that you are positioning yourself.
No, but let me explain to you. Conservatives can say anything.
No, I'm not a conservative.
They can have any conspiracy theory. They can have any plot. They can do anything, and then liberals are supposed to sit here and be like, oh my god, it's so tragic. Absolutely.
Let me explain my position because I'm not a conservative. I'm not.
True, it is Shakira.
Right. Here's what I think about what you do.
MAGA Shakira.
You like to fire off, as you've done so far in this debate, about your fury, how disgusting Republicans are, how inhumane they are, how they never have any empathy, blah, 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 blah. And then you yourself actually are exactly the person that you're describing. You are inhuman. You are somebody who seems almost gleeful that a young firefighter with a family, with a wife and children, who he was protecting as he was shot dead, that he deserved what was coming to him because he went to a President Trump rally, a man who was President of the United States until recently for 4 years and maybe again. You sound almost gleeful, Destin. I'm sorry. That makes you frankly despicable.
It's so Destiny is inhuman. True. It's just so like, how do people literally not see the difference between like not acknowledging the reality of what happened on January 6th to just saying like, I just don't have any sympathy for someone who died while supporting Trump. Like, I'm gonna make jokes about it. Like, people don't somehow people don't see the difference between those two positions. But
I don't think I'm gleeful about anything. I don't think anybody should die. I don't think anybody deserves to die. But you want to talk about
oh wow.
Look at the conservative response to Pelosi's husband when they broke in.
I can
there
answer
are
that.
mainstream media
I can
figures
answer that.
I don't care.
I can answer that.
I don't care what your answer is. The reality is that conservatives have been turning the temperature up on the rhetoric. They have been making fun of these types of events for years, and now when something happens to them, now they're looking for sympathy from the liberal side. Absolutely not. It's insane. It's unhinged. You can conduct yourself in such a manner and expect people to feel sorry when things happen.
Why should anybody on the right listen to a word of your hectoring and lecturing about how they should behave? And by the way, for the record, the mockery of Nancy Pelosi's husband when he was attacked by an intruder with a hammer was also despicable, right? I can see despicable behavior on all sides, and I'm happy to call it out when I see it. You, however, want to present yourself as this great kind of standard bearer of decency who sees outrageous behavior on the right time and again and is incensed by this disgusting, inhumane behavior. And yet time and again, since the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, you have displayed exactly the same kind of inhumane behavior. Fuck him about a fireman who is killed because he attends a rally of a guy he wants to vote for.
My issue with the MAGA kids is not that they are not empathetic. My issue is that they support a president that led an insurrection against the United States. I'm not here to tone police over their empathy.
80 million people voted for Donald Trump last time around.
That's great. 80 million people voted for a guy that tried to insurrect the government, and it looks like they might try to do it again. I mean, like, I don't know what to say. These are the facts on the ground. The idea that
so you don't like attacks on democracy. So presumably you would unreservedly condemn the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Because that's
what he literally said earlier that he doesn't support it, dude. It's just so.
Presumably, you would take this opportunity, given you are so determined to protect the integrity of democracy, you would find it absolutely outrageous that someone has tried to assassinate a president, right?
If the other conservatives on this show want to say that it was absolutely outrageous that Donald Trump to coup the government, then maybe I would. Yeah, no, I'm not going to get on my knees and beg for forgiveness or show sympathy.
I'm not asking for that. I'm asking you to condemn what happened as an egregious attack on democracy. Can you do that?
No, I won't. No, I won't.
You can't do that. You see, so why the hell, frankly, Destiny, why the hell should we listen to a word you have to say about...
Why do you think conservatives haven't been listening to a word that liberals have said about anything for 8 years?
Right, why should they?
You think that liberals come out now and they go, oh my God, this was so horrible. They're going to go, wow, that is true.
I mean, it looks a little like Shakira. I can't play this on YouTube because I'll get fucking copy strike, but I guess it. I forgot Shakira. Oh, sick, dude. I'm gonna fucking turn. How is this shit on YouTube, man? I guess it looks a little like Shakira. Yeah. I wonder why you like that song.
Charlie, I'll bring you in at the end of this, I promise you, and you'll get a good chance to respond. But here's my problem, Destiny, with your whole position on this, right? Is that you don't actually have anything inside you that you want the other side to have. You don't have any of the empathy. You don't have any sympathy. You don't care that someone tried to assassinate Donald Trump. You don't care that a young...
Oh my God. He's just asking for he wants the other side to acknowledge reality. He's just saying that he doesn't have empathy for someone who doesn't acknowledge reality.
Was killed in the process. You don't actually... You are not the person you want these other people to be. And all you do is play whataboutery with every question I give you. And I'm just startled.
It's not whataboutery. We're talking about Donald Trump. We're talking about the temperature of this country. But here's a question for the two panelists. What percentage of this event happening was due to Donald Trump's rhetoric? What do they think the answer to that question is?
What percentage could it be that the other side, as we've just heard from Dave Rubin, has spent 8 years calling Donald Trump the new Adolf Hitler, a person who was responsible for the murder of 12 million people, including 6 million Jewish people in a Holocaust? Last time I checked, Donald Trump hasn't murdered 12 million people. So much as you would like him to be the new Hitler, he's not. But again, to an impressionable, young, deranged mind who has easy access to guns, that can be easily interpreted as an existential threat, said President Biden. Somebody that needs to be put in the bullseye, said Biden.
Okay,
only last week. And guess what? Somebody then comes forward and tries to kill the existential threat.
Who was engaged in more divisive rhetoric over the 8 years? If you had to assign a rough percentage.
Again, you're playing whataboutery. Again, you're deflecting. Just as Joe Biden did last night. Just as Joe Biden did with Lester Holt on NBC last night. Every time he was asked, "Have you done any soul searching about your own rhetoric, your own ill-advised use of language?" he deflected it back to attacks on Trump. And you're doing exactly the same thing with Republicans.
And I will do
you say Republicans are. You say that they are lacking in
empathy. When Donald Trump was saying Second Amendment people could maybe do something about Hillary Clinton. Like, no, it's absolutely deranged. The double standard that's being asked here is insane. And you heard both of them say it earlier. How much did Donald Trump's rhetoric contribute to the current environment? Oh, not much at all. Like, no, yeah, I'm not going to say anything to these people. Of course not.
You see, Destiny,
I'm unversed in any of the current events that have happened over the last couple of years. First off, politics is downstream from culture, right? And what has happened to our culture in the last 8 years? What has happened to our culture is that the mainstream media has lied about everything, always to the detriment of right-leaning people, whether it is with the Russia hoax or COVID or Brett Kavanaugh's
Russia hoax and COVID.
Are racist, or Jesse Smollett was was lynched, or whether it was very fine people on both sides. Every single lie always goes against right-leaning people. So they are slightly annoyed and distrustful of people like you and other people in mainstream media who lie about literally everything. So perhaps
literally everything, like biolabs and Nazis in Ukraine, or like mRNA vaccines that are causing 20% excess deaths. There it is. Yeah, or the fact that COVID lockdowns are going to go on forever, which is an authoritarian abuse of power. Or yeah, of course. Like, come on, dude. Conservatives are masters of misinformation, and it's happening right here.
All right, let me bring in Charlie.
He doesn't get to fucking challenge him.
Thank you for being so patient.
Dude, I hate these types of conversations because there is so many conservatives on Piers Morgan's show. They need to be fucking dragged through the mud, especially on January 6th, dude. Like, dude, I don't think any of them would do it after the fucking Glenn Greenwald debate. Like, there were so many, like, Benny Johnson and Michael Knowles and maybe even Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, to some extent, at least acknowledges. I think he said it doesn't qualify as an insurrection, but, like, he acknowledges what was done as immoral or whatever. Yeah, like, I think there's so many people that need to be dragged through the fucking mud on this, but on the stupid, like, surface level Piers Morgan conversations, they just never, there's not enough time. It just doesn't happen.
Things have obviously got quite heated quite quickly. Let me give you your chance now to have your say after what you've been hearing from Destiny.
Yeah, well, first of all, Destiny represents to me a certain subsect of the left, I won't call it everybody, who likes to bully others into saying exactly what they want to hear. And if they don't say it, then you all of a sudden are the problem. And they handle it exactly like he's been handling it on the show. It's like a child throwing a temper tantrum. You can't get a word in edgewise. They just kick and scream and yell until you ultimately say, I've had enough, just say what you want to say and back down. And that's exactly.
Dude, every fucking like conservative pundit on the Daily Wire needs to do like one of these 3-hour January 6th debates. All of them need to do it. Like, there are, like, yeah.
Exactly what we see a lot of times from people on the left. And it infuriates me because just like we saw on Saturday with the near assassination of Donald Trump, which that is exactly what it was. It was an assassination attempt, yet we have, Dave, like you mentioned, all of the mainstream media putting out egregious headlines such as from CNN, Trump removed from stage by Secret Service after loud noises startles former president and crowd, which completely mistells what actually happened.
Here, this is the conservative, this is the game right now.
It is not accurate.
It's live right now. You know, Fox News.
Listen, first of all, we are allowed in this country to ask questions. There was a lot of things that were very off on Saturday from the way that the Secret Service handled.
So, you know, I love this country. God bless, I guess. Yeah.
You can see. There you go. He immediately
resorts to the word level.
That is exactly the childish demeanor that I'm speaking about. On Saturday, there were a lot of things.
Let me just ask you this, Destiny. You were asked on that clip we played earlier if you'd have the same attitude if it was your parents who'd been killed at a Trump rally, and you replied, "It's less end-of-life cost for me. Would I lose sleep over it? No." Do you understand how grotesque that sounds?
It sounds grotesque, but the environment that we're in right now is grotesque.
But why do you want to sound grotesque?
You cannot engage in behavior that leads us to this point, that brings us to the precipice, and then say, wait a second, are you taking this a little bit too far?
Hang on, Dave. Just to be clear, Destiny, if it was close members of your family or close friends who had gone to that Donald Trump rally and who'd lost their lives, one did, and two are critically wounded, if they had died there, you would lose no sleep over that. Is that your position?
Of course I would be sad. It would be tragic, of course. And the closer they are to you, the more sad it would be. The same way that if you had a child that, you know, tried to rob a store and the child got killed by the police, that would also be tragic and sad.
So you wouldn't think fuck them because they're your family then? You'd have a different rule for your own loved ones?
Would I feel more upset if a person very close to me died rather than a person farther away died? Yeah, I think the answer there is yes.
Yeah, but you weren't just just to be clear.
Yeah, it's just such a stupid argument, dude. Also, it's so funny to be like the conservatives like virtue signaling over these people like as if they fucking know them, dude. It's like you look like you're in a cult when you do that. Like when you try to like virtue signal super fucking hard about this stuff. Like, it's fine to like make statements about it and condemn it and say, oh, I feel for the family, whatever. But like, there's some people, especially when you're doing it to Trump himself. You don't fucking know Trump, dude. You have nothing in common with Trump. You just look like you're on a call when you try to virtue signal so hard about that.
You weren't just not upset by the death of that firefighter who'd given great service as a firefighter to his country. You were gleeful and you said, fuck him. Fuck him. Would you say fuck them if it was your family and friends?
He was a Trump supporter.
I would say that if they go to a rally like this and they support an insurrectionist president and something happens to them, I would feel sad at a personal level because they're my parents. But again, I learned from them more than anyone else. I grew up in Nebraska. You learn that if you mess around and if you do dumb stuff, that there are going to be consequences.
And would you be happy to say, you know what, fuck them? About your own
His rhetoric is far more dangerous than I've ever heard anything that Donald Trump said. What he's saying right there, he is saying you should have no empathy or sympathy for your fellow human. You know, we can all disagree. We can disagree about politics, of course. We can even disagree about how the media frames things and everything else. But he's basically saying show up to a rally and get killed, and that is absolutely psychotic. I'm sorry. And you know, the other part of this that's strange when people are calling for unity right now is if this had happened to Joe Biden, if Joe Biden had been shot at and had part of his ear blown off, the very people calling for unity right now would be calling for the rest of us to be put in jail. So there's a strange asymmetry there as well.
And I would ask this.
The strange asymmetry was Biden trying to make a phone call to the wife of the killed firefighter and her rejecting the call and Donald Trump not even reaching out. Okay, that's the asymmetry. When you talk about it's just politics, this is the cancerous
Ryan from Family Guy. True.
Have fooled everybody into thinking it's not just politics to think that vaccines will kill you. Okay, I've got 3 dead family members from COVID. My mom won't get a vaccine. Okay, after both of them were in the military, these guys went up and down.
I'm not vaccinated.
Don't worry.
Dude, it's fucking wild. Dude, I'm not vaccinated, thank God. What about myocarditis? Watch him.
We can all tell. My parents went up and down the line when they did basic training for the Air Force. They got 20, 30
Oh,
vaccinations.
damn.
My dad has a
No
vaccine in his shoulder,
myocarditis.
and the idea of not getting vaccinated was unconscionable to them until the conservatives spread these messages that are just politics.
Let me ask you this, Destiny. Let me ask you this,
The
Destiny.
science has shown that the vaccine actually was one of the worst things you could have done for yourself. Thank God I didn't get vaccinated. I thank God every single day I didn't get
Let's not
vaccinated.
get. I don't want to get back into COVID, right? Hang on, Charlie. Hang on, Charlie. I don't want to get down into COVID again. I want to stick to the story, and I want to ask you, Destiny, about Elon Musk, who has responded to one X user who was calling for him to demonetize you on the X platform, and he said, "You're right. This is not appropriate content for advertisers because of the offensive tweets you were aiming at Trump supporters." What is your response to Elon Musk?
The same response as it always has been. Elon Musk is a thinly veiled, I would say, like anti-woke, anti-SJW, basically right-wing supported guy. And if you say things that they don't like, of course they'll demonetize you or they'll cancel you. Conservatives are some of the least principled people in the universe when it comes to freedom of speech. As soon as they have any power to demonetize or spam report somebody's sponsors or anything like that, of course conservatives will jump onto it. My account also was demonetized, I think, in like 12 hours. Thank you very much, Elon Musk. Although I do notice that my docs has been floating around Twitter for 2 days now, and tons of accounts that I've been reporting that haven't been banned yet, but I'm glad we got our priorities straight there.
Again, here's what I think we're all struck by. Your position seems to be that anyone from Donald Trump to his supporters who represents their thinking, their ideology, their political views, that if they are killed by an assassin at a rally, then they deserve what's coming to them. And in your words, fuck them. I mean, do you not understand that to most decent Americans and to decent people around the world, that is incredibly offensive and makes you look like a two-faced hypocrite, somebody who wants the other side to behave to a certain level of decency, but is himself incapable of displaying it?
The conservatives don't have it in them to have that level of decency.
So why don't you rise to a higher bar? Why don't you yourself show them the promised land, Destiny? Show them the way they should be behaving.
Have been doing it for 8 years. There's nothing to be gained there. So instead, we'll just have a laugh instead. When you're asking for this type of decency, you're saying like they did for Pelosi's husband, like they did for BLM people, like they did for the endless. He didn't die, but he got the crap beat out of him with a hammer, and they make jokes about his gay lover.
The jokes were disgusting. Why can't you say the same thing about the people making mockery of Trump? Why do you join the mob?
It's not just the jokes. It's the underlying substantive analysis as well. It's the lack of responsibility for January 6th. It's the lack of responsibility for the Gretchen plot. It's the lack of accountability for
by your
yardstick, BLM protesters,
George
Floyd,
by your yardstick,
all of these.
By your yardstick, what the Republicans should do in response is simply say, "Fuck all of them. Fuck them all. Who cares?"
Piers, that's what you're not understanding. Piers, listen to me. This is what you're not understanding. You keep bringing this up to me. Like, well, Destiny, if you act like this, aren't conservatives just going to do? And then you say a thing, but they've done this for 8 years.
Right. So the other side is horrendous. Therefore, I'm going to be even more horrendous. It's so unprincipled.
The horrendous part about the conservatives isn't just the rhetoric. It's the underlying factual denial of reality. That's the huge issue. That's the big bad part.
Let me bring Charlie back to respond to that. Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the opposite. I think that, Destiny, you are completely fueled solely off of emotion, whereas I think that, I'll say conservatives, even though I think that it spans past conservatives, when they look at the facts of the summer of BLM, the BLM movement as a whole, January 6th, this assassination attempt, when you look at the facts, things unfold before your eyes, and they reveal themselves to be actually what they are. There's a lot of evidence that have come...
Please. I would like... Like, if this was a better conversation and it wasn't cut fucking short by Piers Morgan, or it's not like necessarily like, these people are busy. I'm just saying, like, this is a very, like, obviously surface level conversation as I have in Piers Morgan stuff. Like, I would bet money that this woman would look just as bad as like fucking that cat woman, that the fucking Canadian that Destiny talked to in Twitter Spaces, who didn't like know anything about the fake elector scheme. I bet this woman would look almost as bad as her, if not just as bad as her. Maybe not. Maybe she's a respectable conservative commentator, but like, I'd be willing to bet, bro.
Has come forth since all of these events in the past have occurred. And they have shown that exactly what conservatives were saying were absolutely correct. Just like the assassination attempt on Saturday, we look at what went wrong. We look at not only was this one rooftop unguarded, but how did the gunman know that the rooftop was unguarded? Why was it that local law enforcement alerted?
Oh, now they're just asking questions about it.
Shots were fired.
There is actually a very good question.
You think January 6th? You think J6 was a false flag?
I think January 6th, there's a lot of discussions to be had. I think there's a lot of facts that came forward. They're definitely...
I will never give sympathy to this side. These guys are destroying the country.
There were agents present. We know for a fact.
Here's your problem
with me. There were agents present on January 6th. We saw the tourists being ushered into the Capitol building.
The tourists.
Like terrorists. And in fact, several months ago, Vivek Ramaswamy said it's only fair that we're able to have a decent conversation about all this.
Let me say what I think about January 6th, because I wrote it at the time and I believe it today. I thought it was a shame shameful attack on the heart of American democracy. It was an attempt to thwart democracy taking place. It should never have happened. Everyone involved in any violent attack that day was utterly shameful. Donald Trump's rhetoric that day was appalling. All those things are completely true, Destiny. I can happily subscribe to that.
Neither of your other guests.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. If I'm
neither of these guests.
But if I'm a Republican, but here's the thing, Destiny. If I'm a Republican listening to you, I'm thinking, hang on, this guy thinks we're all disgusting, we're reprehensible, we have no empathy, we have no this, no that, and yet he himself is proud of being even more disgusting.
Not absolutely. And then I would say, wow, well, nothing has changed from since before COVID, before the vaccines, before J6, when they thought the election was stolen, when they thought that we were forced into lockdowns for no reason, when they thought that George Soros and the World Economic Forum and the IMF banks and everybody were taking over the country and the Federal Reserve was devaluing currency. Like, all of a sudden, nothing has changed.
Let me ask you this.
I'm curious.
Oh my God, dude. He's shaking his head along too.
Were taking over the country and the Federal Reserve was devaluing currency. Like, all of a sudden, nothing has changed.
Let me ask you this.
I'm curious.
One last question, Destiny. One last question for you.
Characterization of J6.
Destiny, one last question for you. Are you pleased that Donald Trump got shot?
Am I pleased? No, absolutely not.
What is your emotion to the shooting?
My emotion is emotionally what in terms of his personal health is absolute indifference.
No, do you condemn the shooter shooting Donald Trump?
No, not here, not on this program, not in front of these people. Absolutely
you do not condemn a deranged shooter shooting
you are
Donald
truly
Trump.
just a child. This is not.
Actually, it's not. No, you know what, Charlie? You know what, Charlie? It's not actually the behaviour of a child. It's the behaviour of somebody who's completely lost his moral compass and any sense of
God, but they can't even have a conversation about J6. They can't even engage on that.
I'm going to go to Dave Rubin. Let me let Dave Rubin respond to what you just heard from Destiny.
I mean, it's actually one of the most disgusting things that I've ever heard in my life. My entire staff in my studio right now all gasp at that. When I happened to be at Target, the store Target we were checking out when I saw it on Twitter, and my heart actually sank. And I know that is the feeling of probably 200 plus, if not 300 plus million Americans, even many of whom would vote against Trump and do not like Trump and all of those other things. The idea that you can't show sympathy or empathy for that is so profoundly sad. I would also add one other thing here, which is that the reason you're so emotive and screaming beyond the Red Bull, and dude, just ease up, man, it's not healthy for your heart, is that you really don't have good arguments. So you're petulant and screaming as opposed to just trying to work things out. We're allowed to ask questions about these things, but I would hope that you would try, as Piers is pointing out, instead of always reaching for the lowest common denominator, and they're bad, so I'll be.
Bro, why not? You should set up a debate sometime.
I would hope
on J6. Let's see what's a better understanding of it.
We could try to be a little bit better than that. And by the way, I think that you're seeing that right now at the Republican National Convention. They're not going crazy over all of this. They're applauding the fact that Trump's there. They're rallying around the new VP choice. And I think you're going to see a wide swath of America that maybe didn't come out for Trump before and they're not traditional conservatives.
I totally agree.
I think you're going to see them support Trump.
I totally agree. I would say to you, Destiny.
This. Oh, it's just.
Fuck him.
I'm not,
would you say fuck them if it was your family and friends?
It was a Trump supporter.
Fuck him. Fuck him.
Oh, what did you clip that for?
I think it's more.
What's up, Standard Lines Enjoyer? Welcome back.
Also said that Donald Trump is like Hitler.
Yeah, I would say
perfect cherry on top of everything.
And said you got it wrong.
Yeah, I would say this to you, Destiny. Lester Holt asked Joe Biden last night, has he had any soul searching? Right. I think after this debate, you may want to just go away quietly and think about some of the answers you've given and think about the double standard.
But he's not going to make them face any accountability for what they said on this about COVID or J6. Like,
there are no standards. The conservatives there are no more standards in America.
You may or may not take my advice. You may or may not take my advice. I'm just saying, on reflection, you might conclude that the best way to persuade other people to behave in a better way is not to behave in an utterly degrading way yourself. That's all.
I think deleting a YouTube channel only takes one click, Destiny.
Right.
Yeah, right after you, Dave.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Play song, play. I can't play the. I played a little bit of the song. First of all, I'm gonna get fucking removed for sexual content. Holy shit! But would also just get copyright striked. Oh my god. He's right. There literally are no standards for conservatives. Only audio. I'd still get copy strike, dude. It's not worth it. I played a little bit of it, but. Oh. It's so Jover, dude. It's so Jover. Where we're at in America. We can't have conversations about it. Joe Biden's at 14 cents right now. How is he so low? Has he not said anything since he got COVID? I would expect him to make a statement, literally saying like, "Oh, I'm still not resigning." He looks so old in his photo. Third time he has COVID. Since Biden's first 2 COVID bouts, initial case and rebounds early thereafter in 2022. Why is it a shame for the president? 4 out of every 100,000 Americans aged over 75 died with COVID-19. It's a far cry from the staggering fatality rate of 2020. Oh, this is died with, not died of. People 75 or 3.5 times more likely to be hospitalized and 7 times more likely to die of COVID. People with ages 65 to 74. People in their 80s can accumulate health problems starting with with startling speed. Heart disease, diabetes, kidney disease, cancer, and stroke. All maladies more likely to affect older people. Increase a person's chances of serious complications from COVID. Alright, well. So far, according to the White House statement, he has symptoms of mild illness, no fever, his blood oxygen level is normal. What's up, Shane Gang? He'll be fine, bro. I actually, dude, he's at 14 cents right now. I want to buy him. I should have bought him when he's at 10 cents, bro. Are you kidding me? Should have bought him an hour ago, man. 2 hours ago, I guess. Oops. Wait, is Kamala beating Biden now? Yeah. Again. For both the election and obviously the Democratic nominee as well. Oh, the first one. 64 to 26. Damn. Should I bet on Biden? I feel like I could bet on Biden. I want to do it. Oh. Dude, I like Connor plays from renting it. He did his face reveal, and ever since he's been doing his like political content, like political commentary stuff. And I like his stuff. It's really short. I think he talks really good. That's not a good way of phrasing that. I don't talk very good, clearly. Yeah, but they're like short and they're concise, and I think he speaks well. Yeah, and he's right.
I mean, they're also from the same state, which is a little awkward.
What is it? Actually, it's a big deal from the same state. The Constitution allows state electors to vote for president and vice president when they are both from their state. That would mean Florida's electors couldn't vote for Trump and Rubio. Electors shall meet their respective state vote by ballot for president and vice president, one of whom at least shall not be in the inhabited same state with themselves. 12th Amendment. Damn. He just, okay, it's gonna keep, I mean, Biden will keep going up, right? Alright, we'll see. Alright, I'm gonna end stream, bro. It's a miracle I lasted all the way till 4 p.m. What the hell? I don't have to lie. Biden needs to be seriously considered his liability. Damn. One took our chip business from us. I mean, how stupid are we? They took all of our chip business. They're immensely wealthy. I don't think we're any different from an insurance policy. Why are we doing this? All right. Well, We live in a clown world. Oh wait, I want to know what Menar's up to. Menar just got banned from Twitch. I think because he was talking about I think he was talking about the Trump assassination. Biden flustered after being confronted with raising temperature. Bullseye. Minnesota. We live in a clown world. Okay. They're always showing Destiny's tweets on stream or something, right? Yeah. I don't know if that alone would have got him banned. If that got him banned, I'm getting banned because I literally said I literally we watched Destiny's stuff on Piers Morgan and I literally I don't think I technically said the words. I agree with him, but I think I did defend him. So to be clear, I do not condone political violence. Neither does Destiny. That's why people seem to think. And I will say, the Trump shooting does make me sad. Makes me really, really sad. It makes me fucking depressed, dude. Not because of the firefighter or Trump. It's just because of the state of democracy. Yeah, I don't really care about those people. But yeah. Oh wait, I want. People are getting mad at this. Father Down syndrome attacked by IDF dog and left to die. Mother tells BBC. Mother is 24 and had Down syndrome and autism. Mother Nabia 70 told BBC he didn't know how to eat, drink, or change clothes. Or came back to Barcelona neighborhood and Mohammed's small world shrank further, along with other residents of I don't know how to pronounce it. Gamers. East across the city center. The bars were given orders to evacuate by the IDF. The IDF was advancing. The bars were tired of moving. Oh. Just so. I mean, they're given a warning, but that obviously doesn't. That obviously just because you're if you're a civilian and you're given a warning to leave, and then you stay, you still maintain all the protections of a civilian under international law. You're not considered a combatant or anything. Or I think technically, if you are a voluntarily human shield, you, in theory, can be targeted for such time you're taking part in hostilities. Being a voluntary human shield counts as taking part in such hostilities. But just because you don't evacuate doesn't mean you're a voluntary human shield. You have to intentionally be co-locating. To be a voluntary human shield, the civilian has to be the one intentionally moving to an area to shield a place from attack. This does happen in Gaza, but not very often. I can't remember which vegan is which. You're the dick one, yeah. What? Oh, what's up, Queswick? Welcome to the stream. Finding intensified streets around them. Through high different parts of the house. You panic and say, I'm scared. July 3rd, according to the family, the IDF raided their home. Abilia says there were several dozen soldiers with a combat dog, and it was used to find Hamas fighters, check for bodies and explosives. Or booby traps, I just can't read, I'm tired. First, she heard them breaking in and smashing everything before the soldier's dog arrived in a home. She says, I told them he's disabled, have mercy on him, he's disabled. The dog ran away from him. Abilia saw the attack on Muhammad. The dog attacked him, biting his chest in his hand. Muhammad didn't speak, muttering only, no, no, no. The dog bit his arm and the blood was shed. I wanted to get him, but I couldn't. No one could get to him. And he was patting the dog on his head, saying, enough, my dear. In the end, he relaxed his hand, and the dog started tearing at him while he was bleeding. Around this point in Abilia, the soldiers took the young man into another room, away from the dog. Terrified Muhammad, who had depended on his family for help, was now in care of combat soldiers who had come from the streets where they'd been fighting close quarter battles with Hamas. Took him away, put him in a separate room, and locked the door. We wanted to see what happened to him. We wanted to see Muhammad. They told us to be quiet and aimed their guns at us. They put us in a room by ourselves. They said, we will bring a military doctor to treat him. At one point, I believe a military doctor arrived in a room where Muhammad was lying. The guy 11 described what a family pleaded with the soldiers to help him. We told them Muhammad was not well, but they kept saying he was fine. After several hours, it was not clear how many the family was ordered at gunpoint to leave. Leaving Muhammad behind with the soldiers. Their pleas and cries. They're not really involved. So what happened to the military doctor? It wasn't. They said they sent one. Did they not? Is it a lie? Turn a week later, sight of Muhammad's brother, Jibril. He produces a mobile phone, shows the cameraman a video of the scene. Muhammad's body is lying on the floor. There's blood around him, a tourniquet around his arm. This is probably used to stop the bleeding away from his upper arm. Point to the gauze. Okay. They were trying to stop the bleeding. They left him without stitches or care. These are just basic first aid measures, of course. You see Muhammad was dead for a period of time already because he was abandoned. We thought he wasn't at home. Okay. So they just put a tourniquet on and never actually. Not clear what exact injury caused his death, nor what happened to him in the time his friend last saw him. And when his brother returned and filmed the young man on the floor. Barely, shortly after. No postmortem and no certificate of death. Families demanding an investigation, but fighting still going on, and so many dead. It is hard to be hopeful that what will happen anytime soon. In response to the queries when we received the IDF said they were checking the report. Yeah. All right. Dude, I actually don't know. YouTube's supposed to have a redirect feature where I can hit edit, and under customize, I'm supposed to be able to like raid people, but it just doesn't. It's just not here, and I don't know why. Because I have it enabled. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I don't have enough viewers. How many viewers to redirect YouTube? Just doesn't fucking. It's just
YouTube
not
Live
real. It's fake. They made it up.
For a community effort, and so about
That screen flashing was so intense. What screen flashing? What?
troll raids or harassing raids. By 90 that instant send
Why is the intro over half the video?
more. To set your channel up to allow other channels to redirect to you, you're going to go to redirect to somebody else. At the top of your YouTube studio, click the create button and then going to want to schedule that stream. Fill in your title, your description, be able to see down to get to the redirect section.
Oh, I have to do it before. That's stupid, man. Like a wave of blind light did it. Eliminate. I don't know why that did that then. Okay. Why do I have to fucking do it before? That's dumb. All right. Well, Twitch viewers I can raid. I'm a little intoxicated. Well, I'm tired. All right. Who's fucking streaming? Okay, not Kim. Oh wait, he's fucking on break right now. I don't want to raid you. Well, he isn't right. KT started screaming. Fuck KT. I think he did. Yeah. What if I want to send you somewhere with more viewers so I get a shout out to more people? Oh, he's just programming.
Okay, well, you're going to this person. All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. I appreciate you guys. I like streaming. Like that you guys show up for this. Ugh. Oh no, what? The wildest story I've ever heard or not understood. Thanks. Oh wait, I'm reading the wrong chat.